Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decide to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. Last week we had our big announcement of our new intro and theme song. So this week, fairly quiet, so I don't really have anything, and I think there's a lot to get into this session. So let's just jump right into tonight's session of Roll for Damage.
A door opens, adventure awaits your creation. Each person plays a part, abilities to lay the foundation, setting the stage for everything to start. Classes, they help define a role and for choices. I would finalize the building session 0. Integrates the character and begins a new destiny to be fulfilled. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game, so now you'll play your life. The table is set. This is your moment. Take control. It's critical. The final curtain is rising. The world's forever changed. A story made for the ages. All the lost experience and friends for every table is set. Future laid out before you. One you will never forget. This group of friends that support you. Come on, answer the call. Don't freeze until the table is set.
All right. We are back. Let me just get some music going. And then we can go from there. So, last time on Roll for Damage, the group had finished their investigation, managed to gain some leniency for Orianna, and found Baltaim's sister, though in a not great state of being. She was taken by the Triumvirate for study and protection, given the experimentation attempted on her and trying to figure out exactly what had occurred. The group were given the request to meet with Cade once more, and were also told that though they had completed the investigation, they had also skirted some of the laws of the land, and as such owed a bit of a debt to help out in the north of the country, to look into an issue in the mines when they have some time, though there was no stipulation on when this had to be completed by, just relatively soon, and it should be the next destination that they find themselves heading when they start to really make their way out of the city of Riverend. The group then had some time to themselves to relax and sort of rejuvenate, given all of the craziness that had been recently occurring, and took the time to go to the spa, check out the opera, and Orianna enjoyed an evening out with Cade, finally attempting to get to know him as a person rather than believing what she had heard on the winds. Everyone enjoyed their evening, getting to complete some downtime. Amidst this, Quinn had a heart-to-heart with Lex, where he had expressed his apologies for what had occurred within the tomb, and was then given sort of a stipulation that perhaps this initial partnership that Lex had kind of forced upon them all wasn't in the best interest of both groups, and perhaps it's better for them to find their own paths and to not be sort of forced upon one another, as it seems like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole does not seem to be working well for either of them. Quinn obviously felt that this probably wasn't the best, but Lex said, convince her and her group as to why they shouldn't just go their separate ways and have their own separate adventures. And Quinn took this back to the group and had a discussion to let them know that they had the next couple of days to potentially go meet up with the with Lex at the bar and whoever else might be here, and have a conversation, or they could choose not to. It's up to them. And the group kind of had a conversation. And that's kind of where we leave off, with breakfast just being had, the group sitting around deciding what to do with the rest of the day, where they want to go, and what is next to be achieved by the Shields of Twilight. So, what would you all like to do?
Okay, hear me out. Second breakfast.
I don't think so.
I mean, you're still sitting there around the table. I think the only person who walked out at this point is Campion. He went to do whatever he went to do. But
that's a pretty good summation of Campion. He went to do whatever he went to do.
Well, we didn't get to it, so
yeah.
But yeah,
also
he
I
walked
gave him
out.
money, so
Yeah, you're still not sure exactly if or when he spent it all. So is there anything specific the group wishes to do?
okay.
No, I'm tapped out of the second breakfast idea. Someone else come up with something.
Well, I mean, we have time, so I figure let's accomplish some stuff. Kind of thought about doing some research, maybe. Orianna, there's a library in town, right?
Yes, there is. And I'll give her the directions.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, I was thinking, we need to find out about that flower that Quinn's supposed to look for.
I think I already figured out something about that, like basically where it is, what it looks like.
Okay.
This flower does... my memory is foggy. Can you refresh me on what this flower?
This is because you drink too much.
I have only... Okay, well, last night was...
It was a special
Exception.
occasion. It's fine.
Yes.
I'm just teasing.
We should do that again, though.
The flower, correct me if I'm wrong, Quinn,
Mhm.
is to help us survive the Shadowlands.
Essentially.
Because
I do recall
especially
something
you're
of that
going to be in
nature.
trouble,
I do
Fontaine,
recall
on
something
account
like
of.
that. Mhm.
And I just do that thing where I like all of you.
My blueness, correct? Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Scary wings and shit.
I don't
Oh,
think
yeah,
it's the
that too.
blueness
Yeah.
so much. Is the blueness a defining feature of you being whatever you are, or is that like a side effect of something else?
Mhm.
We've never actually discussed that.
You know as much as I know.
Awesome.
Might be frightening or confidence boosting, depending on your perspective.
I mean, we could also look into that. I mean, you did tend to learn some new information. I mean, I'm also still very concerned about all these signs that the world's ending.
Yeah, it's not usually a good thing hearing voices, no matter if they are some creepy herald of the residents. Usually worse.
It was
I
worse
mean-
if you're hearing voices and they're either singing some weird song or reciting weird poetry. I mean, you could just say things and be creepy. Why you got to put it in verse or to music? Makes it just so much worse.
At least they're being creative.
Yeah, no points for creativity, but still.
Marks for creativeness, I guess.
Yeah, right. You know,
Well, it's
E
not
for
boring.
effort and all that. But
Alright, well, we have that. I need to do some research of my own as well. Is there anything else that we have on?
We also
Docket,
never found out
so to
about
say.
the Crystal Palace, right? And that was a thing that we wanted to look into? Or is that part of those signs of the apocalypse?
Crystal Palace?
Palace of Ice? I don't remember.
I wrote Crystal Prison.
Prison!
that's it.
That's
Okay.
it. You heard it. You said it, and it's just, there's been a lot, Waltane.
Mm.
There's
Like
very
a lot.
much.
I mean, it's always going to be too much, but we'll survive it. Well, I was going to ask Campion if he got everything he needed, because he asked for money for potion ingredients and such, but he wandered off.
I mean, I was going to ask him to do something for me, so I mean, I'm going to go try and track him down. I can always ask him.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he has everything he needs, because he specifically said he wanted to do potions, which I'm all for, to be honest.
Hmm.
We tended to go through quite a few of them in recent events. And I mean, I also gave him that extra money on account of he just looked like he needed it a lot. I've never seen anybody react to gold like that before. But I mean, it's only gold, right?
That's my motto.
As long as we have everything we need, I don't see the harm in spreading it around.
I mean, I just, they gave us money for expenses for that trip up north, which we should definitely look at where we're going.
Gold is meant to be spent.
Right. And what travel expenses would there be? Normally we just walk or some sort of
probably
cart.
need some
Cart
sort of
and
that thing.
food.
No, I'm saying, like, other than that, is there anything?
We don't know. Maybe we need cold weather clothes. I don't know.
We will be closer to the north, so
To the library and such.
Okay. Well, we could go to the library.
All right,
You can go poke Campion, Senric.
All right, so you guys start getting up and start heading out towards the library. Campion, you sort of darted off after that whole conversation. Where did you head?
He went back to back to his room and
Okay.
began to make one of these potions.
Okay, so you're spending the day making a potion. Got it. So Sinric, I assume that's probably where you first check.
Yep.
All right. So you make your way back up the stairs and knock on the door, and you see Campion has begun setting up his apparati to begin to brew some concoctions.
What you making? Anything drinkable? Yep, that tracks. Definitely didn't hear anything. I'm gonna poke him.
Yeah, I'm making potions.
Oh, well. I have a problem. I think you might be able to help me with. This whole lack of eyesight thing. Do you have something maybe you could concoct as far as providing a more permanent light source?
You want a light source, or you want to see in the dark?
I mean, either or. I think it might be easier to make a light source that's more durable than it is the ability to see in the dark.
Well, if you could give me like 50 gold worth of ruby dust, I could whip something for you.
Yeah, that should be doable.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll bring that to you. I'll go get the supplies today.
Yeah. Just bring that to me when you can. I'll get that done for you.
And then with that, I'm probably gonna leave and try and go catch up with everyone else and ask for gold.
Okay. Easily enough. It only took you a few minutes. So as you see everyone sort of heading for the door, you managed to run and to catch up with them as they're just like heading down the pathway and out to the street.
Wait, did you tell me what type of gem I needed?
Yeah, ruby
Fix
dust.
it, Ruby.
Ruby
Okay.
dust.
50
Yeah.
gold of ruby dust.
Me, I know, but
Yeah, he said 50 gold worth of ruby dust.
What does Sinric know, really?
So you guys hear
Anything.
you hear Sinric catching up to you. And
Speed
yeah,
up!
now-
No.
speed up. I mean, I got 50 feet of movement.
I know, I'm not serious.
Perry begins to run.
Unless we have a monk again at some point, nobody's beating him in a foot
Yeah,
race.
nah, dude.
so yeah. So you guys are all
What's
together once again.
What's up, Sinric?
I need 100 gold.
All right. I push you in the bag of holding. Is 100 enough, or do you want a little extra just in case?
100 is a little extra.
All right.
You know, no offense, Orianna. I just say to her, Paris seems very easy to to hand out money. Never any questions with her.
I know, right?
I like
I
her.
asked for shopping money and I have to fill out a fucking loan application practically. I am enjoying this new
I get you
arrangement.
should be wise with your money and all that, but I'm just saying, personally, it just feels, I don't know.
Feels good.
Feels
I'll
good.
say it. Feels good.
I mean, speaking of, having money, Orianna, is there a place where I can buy, like, gems and stuff around?
Would I know that, DM?
You a fancy
you-
bitch. Why
you-
wouldn't you?
Probably know jeweler. You would know. Just trying to see here. A shop called the Knight's Choker.
And they do what exactly?
They
That's
are
a lovely
jeweler.
name.
What kind of choking is happening here, I wonder?
They choke knights.
Different kind of choker.
Okay, yeah.
The kind of things.
Nights is like the evening time night, not
Okay.
K-N-I-G.
Hey, I had to ask,
All
all
right,
right?
all right.
Because
Yeah,
okay.
the Knight's Choker. And you give Sinric the directions, and you know this to be a jeweler where you could potentially find precious gems.
And I'm also going to ask if there's a music shop around.
Easily
like
enough.
instrument play.
Oh, Oriana knows where the music shop
would
is.
know where
Exactly.
music
I
shop
mean,
is. Yeah.
Yep.
she'd tell you of 6.
Yeah.
And so, and for the 5th
she
one, but
gives
don't
you
go
the
to that one. It's
opportunity
shit.
to go to like a few of them.
Okay. And then after I get that, I'm going to start breaking away from the group again and heading that way
Okay.
towards the
Say
jeweler.
bye.
All
Let
right.
us know if you need anything.
So I'm just gonna handle you because it's probably fairly simple. So you're gonna head to the jeweler first.
Shopping. Yeah, 50 gold worth of ruby
Easily
dust.
enough to get the dust. You have to wait probably about an hour 45 minutes for them to break apart the gem and like dust it for you because they don't have just ruby dust lying around, but they do have rubies. But you're able to get it, and you give the 50 gold over, and you get like a pouch worth of that much ruby dust. And you eventually make your way to one of the various music shops that's fairly close by to the jeweler.
I can do that. Okay, cool. And was it just the 50 gold for the dust, or do I have to pay
No,
extra
it's
for
50 gold.
it? Okay. Let's see. 30, that's... Okay, 80. Okay, cool. Sorry, I suck
And
at
so
math
yeah, you get
today.
to the music shop. Are you looking for something specific?
Actually, I was going to look for the most annoying instruments I could, because I found mine at the house, and it inspired me to want to do this in game. So I want to look for some type of like harmonica style instrument.
Easily
Harmonicas are
enough.
annoying.
Yeah, easy enough
Awesome.
to find actually a bevy of harmonicas from all different qualities. But if you're looking for just like a simple sort of carved wooden harmonica, easily enough to find.
The beginner of beginner here. I mean,
you can get like a simple carved wooden harmonica for about 10 gold.
sold.
All right.
And then the last shopping list I have, I just want to get like a leather belt and like just a actual like lantern.
Okay. Easy enough, like asking the shop owner after you've purchased the harmonica for like a general goods store. You're pointed towards one, and you go to look for a belt. And I would assume you already have a belt because you have like pouches and stuff that help you carry your current stuff. So you probably just need like the
I guess maybe like a clip or something.
yeah,
so
the
I can
loop.
hang it
I was
on
gonna
the
say like the
belt. Yeah.
loop and the actual lantern itself. And you're just looking for like an oil burning lantern.
Yeah, just like a regular plain lantern that I can hang on the front of the belt.
Okay, and do you so like do you want it to be like you want a hooded lantern that you can like close off and on?
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yep.
Okay, and do you want oil as well?
You know what? Yeah, I'll pick up some oil for now. I mean, I can find a use for that.
Okay. The lantern is 5 gold.
Okay.
And the oil is 1 silver for like a flask of oil.
Okay, let's see. I will just get silver. I'll just get 5 flasks of oil and just a lantern.
Okay, so 5.5. I'll say 6 gold to get like the clip as well that will like clip it onto your belt. So round it out to 6, and you're able to get everything.
All right, cool.
All right, and then after that, you just head back to Orianna's manor to give the components to Campion.
Yep, and well, I got the lantern because I don't know if he would need that to as like stuff. So he also has a lantern as well in case. If not, I'll use it.
So Campion, as you're like continuing to start getting things working and like laying out your supplies, eventually, like about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, Sinric comes back into the room, hands you the pouch of ruby dust, the lantern, and the stuff that he has. And what do you do?
Okay, cool. Campion quickly is like, okay, give me a moment. He quickly kind of moves away from like his beakers and stuff, and then like to a pretty much just dumps out his bag and some just
the head is still in there.
I threw away the head.
Did
we
you?
threw away
Are you?
the head.
Are you?
Yeah, we threw away
Okay.
the head.
No, I threw away the head.
We do.
I'm making
it out
sure.
in the bar. We dumped it out in the bar, and the barkeeper's like, "Can you guys start cleaning my bar?"
Yeah,
I know.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
what
But I thought we
I know you
cleaned it up
kept
by
part
putting
of.
it in the bag.
That's what I'm saying. Like I know we cleaned it up, but
Yeah,
I
no,
thought
we
that
couldn't.
cleaning
We
it was
couldn't get
putting
the worm.
at least part
we
of
couldn't
it.
get the worm. No, so
Okay.
he threw it away. Yeah. But yeah, he just dumps out his bag, and it's just like a pile of shit, and he's just like starts putting things together, and then he's like, kind of like not looks like at Sinric, and it's just like, hand me the dust, please. And Sinric hands him the dust, and he comes out with this cylindrical device. It's like, I call it a Lumatron.
Okay, so
He's
you
put a
cast
5,000 after that.
you cast
Continual flame.
continual flame on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please
All
put
right.
5,000
So
after a Lumatron. I'm begging
so you hand
buddy.
it over. You hand it over to Sinric, and I assume you show him how to like turn it on and off.
Yeah. Whatever you do, don't keep it in your pants.
Just like good
Oh,
advice. And then I want to stick it in my pocket.
Okay.
Jesus.
In your pants.
Yep.
Your pants pocket.
And
Love this so much.
that I think casting that takes what, like 1 minute or something like that. 10
I
minutes?
think
An
it's,
action.
I think it's just a
Oh, is it just
pure
an action? Okay.
Yeah, it's just a
Yeah.
pure action.
All right.
It's a
So you
poop.
do that, and Sinric, you have now a device that illuminates and turns off when you would like.
And he gave me the rod though, not the lantern, correct?
No, I just gave you a rod.
Yeah, like the lantern's still
there.
there. Like you can pick it back
Okay.
up if you want. He's not hoarding it
Yeah,
or anything
I'm
like that. You just didn't need
taking
it.
my lantern back then.
Okay, yeah, you take the lantern back. Is there anything else? And then I assume Campion, you just go back to brewing your potions.
Yep.
Okay. Sinric, is there anything else you want to do at this moment? Or are you just going to hang here with Campion and watch him brew potions?
No, I'm gonna go outside and try and figure out how to. I should have bought a book on how to, play this thing. But I'm gonna try to figure out how to play a harmonica today.
All right, so you go outside and
I'm gonna
find
make
sort
some
of a
guards very angry.
yeah. You sort of find a space by
Beware.
one of the like small trees in the main sort of yard area, and sit by it and pull out your new wooden harmonica and begin to play. Go ahead and give me a performance check.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's actually a +1 for me. That's kind of funny.
Not terrible.
That's a 10.
10. I mean,
Average.
yeah, you're getting like it takes you a moment. At first, you're like blowing through it, and it's just air is coming out. And then you kind of like look at it and you turn it the other way and you realize that you were blowing into the wrong side of the harmonica. And then as soon as you do, because we've all done it. Let's be real. I did it when I first got a harmonica.
Oh, yeah,
I did too.
Yep.
But
I don't judge. I just laugh.
Yeah, but you begin blowing into it and you start to make notes, and eventually you start to like figure out like just a general like small scale of notes where like moving up the harmonica sort of gets you higher keys. But you begin to start kind of just figuring out the basics of how this instrument works and begin to learn. All right, the rest of you begin your trek towards the library. Eventually find yourself in front of this very large stone building with these very, very large double doors. But unlike the one that you had seen in Zuma, this one is not guarded. It seems like people are freely able to enter and exit. You do see guards like standing on the sides of the doors, but not to stop people, likely just to make sure that public order is kept, and should anyone try to do anything in the library, like steal books or do something bad, they're just there to have an eye on the area. So you're able to head inside and look for what you wish to look for.
Okay.
Well,
Dope. All right. So do we want to divide and conquer here, or? And also, is there anything I can do to help anybody with their research?
well, there's just the.
So what are you guys looking for?
Okay.
Well.
Okay. Well, I know what Terry's looking for. So.
I know what I'm here for as well.
Okay, I would like to look for stories about the end of the world. And like stories about like things that are like precursors to the end of the world.
Okay. Go ahead and make a investigation.
Fun.
May I assist?
Okay.
Because we haven't like split off or anything, so I assume so far we're all doing this together.
Yeah. If you have nothing else that you want to specifically do,
I've got a thing that I
so
want
what
to research.
I'm going to say is
like
when you're doing this, it's taking time. So if you are helping, she will get advantage, but it will take time. So depending on how much time you guys want to spend here at the library, that's up to you. But know that like it's not just like, oh, I get to help her with a check and that only takes like me 3 minutes and then I get to go off and do mine. Like this may take like an hour or two of your time depending on what you do. So that's what I want you to know. So if you specifically don't care about that and are okay with spending that kind of time, yes, you may help her. But if you were hoping to like be doing yours in parallel and only spending, 2-3 hours here rather than like 6 or 7, be aware. Like I don't know how much time it's going to be dependent on the checks and like what you guys specifically are looking for, but I just want you to understand like what a help check means here.
Yeah, that's fine. And just correct me if I'm wrong, because it's been a week and today has been a day.
Sure has.
Yeah. So I was told by Lex that they would be in town for another couple of days
or so. Yeah, depending.
Or so.
Yeah.
Okay. So we probably have about 2 days, and that was literally like yesterday morning. So.
Yep.
So if we burn today doing research and don't try and go talk to them,
if you maybe go in the if you maybe go early in the morning or something like that, you may you could probably catch them.
Okay, then I don't care what we do today. So yeah, this is totally fine.
Okay, cool.
I have no other plans.
Awesome. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right. So then go ahead and make it with advantage, Peregrine.
Yay! Thank you, Quinn, because my investigation's not good. 19. Not
Okay.
bad.
Takes you a little bit, but you do manage to gather a few books, and together as you begin to read through these books, you get various stories of all different kinds. You get stories about the god of darkness, definitely about Tharizdun, about his power, about that at one point he sought to cover everything in darkness and death and bring it all back to the void, and was challenged by the creators themselves. Was challenged actually by both the creators and the destroyers. This was long before they had actually split. And at that time was sealed away into the darkest, deepest reaches of the abyss. Chained in a way that made it impossible for the god himself to break those chains. The magic and rituals completed left Tharizdun not powerless, but imprisoned. Slowly devolving into further and further madness. And stewing in wait to be able to affect the realm once more. And then it goes into detail of, over the years, there have been occurrences of cults of madness, ritual sacrifice, strange occurrences, demonic incursions, but nothing concrete about him being unsealed or being able to affect the world beyond touching people through just his divine nature, of being able to offer power to those who would request or bequeath it from him. And those are usually either individuals that are prone to manipulation, those already susceptible to madness, those prone to despair and sort of dissolution with the world. But it sort of talks about that. Then you also get, though Tharizdun is sealed within the abyss and it is somewhat his domain, he does not specifically control the very nature of the chaotic energy that is the abyss itself. If the abyss was created, and the understanding you get is, if the abyss was created by Tharizdun, it was created in his nature, as chaotic and mad as the god himself. And if this is the case, then there is no one who controls this domain. It is what it is. And then you get the names of a few demonic princes who hold dominion, a few demonic princes and strange old entities that hold domain within the abyss itself. And should they ever be able to break from holding their own dominion over their specific territory within the abyss and be able to find their way into the material realm, it would be utter chaos and destruction for the world itself. And it gives you the names of Orcus, Demogorgon, Pale Knight.
Okay, hold on. Demogorgon.
So it's Orcus and Demogorgon as demonic princes. You're not sure really what that means. The strange old entities that just have been whispered and spoken in the mad screams of those who have been touched by the demonic throes of the abyss. Pale Knight and Pazuzu.
Pale Knight and Pazuzu?
Yep.
Can you spell that, please?
Pazuzu.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
No problem. That's what you get with the 19. That takes you probably an hour and a half, 2 hours to go through that.
Cool. That's not unnerving or scary. At all.
Baltaim, Orianna, is there anything... Well, they were looking into this. Is there anything specific you were looking into?
Orianna, are you looking for anything specifically? Or do you just come to... Because you like books, or...
Did you come because you like books?
That's not a wrong accusation.
It is not.
That is not
As her
all
mother
wrong.
said, as her own mother said to us, at one point, books were her only friends.
I feel that.
I would probably be looking for maps of the area that we're heading to up north.
Okay.
Potentially of the border as well, since we need to go there, and potentially into Isgrav at some point.
All right, yeah. Go ahead and make an investigation. Baltaim, you're helping her?
Or
are you doing your own thing?
No, I'm gonna help her because I'm gonna need her
Okay.
help later.
Go ahead and make an investigation. With advantage. So roll one more time.
Advantage, but I guess not.
27.
27.
Okay. Easy enough. You begin to go and find sort of geographical books on the area of the northern border and southern border, the northern border of Trill and the southern border of Isgrav. You look at that area and see like where Emberhold and Garva are, and going into the White Chill Bluffs themselves of Isgrav. Getting close to Forbinet and off to Verdun-Ambolt. And looking over the maps, you can see that and just like reading about the nature of the area, you know that the north gets quite cold and stays quite cold most of the year round. There is a slight season, but unlike where you currently are and where you've been in like, you know, Dash and places like that, where it's more like a 4 seasons, and unlike the desert and the jungle where it's very much temperate all year round, the summer of the north is just a like there is greenery, but it is still very, very cold. So it tends to stay sort of more gray skied. There's a lot of like chill winds, but it does get green. There's quite a bit of rain, cold rain, in like the summer months, what are considered the summer months. But when it starts to get closer to winter, heavy snows, heavy winds, and often ice storms. In the area. You do know that Emberhold is built at the base of the bluffs, and that's how they do their mining into the side of the mountain itself. So there is some. It is why like the fortress was built there originally by the the culture that originally owned and was the head of Emberhold. But when they got assimilated into a Trill, a Trill took it under their wing, and it has become more fortified and more structured in terms of the mining efforts and the sort of living quarters of the people that reside there. Generally, the cities have heavy fires to keep the area warm and to melt the snows around the area to keep it like safer to travel. The bluffs themselves are often like cleared around around the base of the city or the fortress. And there is some actual work that happens on the bluffs themselves to make sure that no avalanches can like roll down the mountain itself to like wipe out the fortress below and ruin everything. So there is work that happens on that side. What you do know on the Isgrav side is Isgrav is a very tribalistic culture. And they see incursion into their borders as trespassing and will often attack on sight of anyone sort of coming within their borders to sort of touch or take their resources. And so depending on although there is a tentative ceasefire between Atrill and Isgrav, especially at Emberhold. So the work that they do on the Isgravian side to clear out the area around the city to make sure that like avalanches won't affect it is allowed. But any further sort of travel past to say harvest plants or animals or to move further inward is seen as aggressive action and will be questioned by the tribes themselves that tend to patrol that area. Other than that, it's very icy on the Isgrav side, rocky and mostly mountainous. And Atrill itself doesn't have a good layout of the paths of those mountains because they've not been really allowed to pass through. And so to get information, one would have to go there and survey it themselves. And so far, from what you're reading, that has been a problem. You do get the understanding that on the other side, Verdunambolt is where the dwarves, a large society of dwarves, live. Dwarves that are loyal and worship Moradin, the god of the forge. That is where he originally made his home and left after all of the like infighting and things began to happen between the various tribes and the demonic incursion up in Isgrav. He decided that it was best for him not to be present in the realm directly, as it seemed to be causing more problems than good. But the dwarves have buried themselves deep within the mountain and created a society specifically dedicated to smithing and forging and building and creation. And generally, that the path from Emberhold towards Verdunambolt is mostly left alone. So there is like surveying of pathways that allow passageway from the city to the underground city of Verdunambolt, simply because the Isgravians feel that is not like trespassing into sort of their nation. That is just like allowing trade between the two areas. but they have said that anytime they've tried to move sort of troop factions, or more than like simple like merchantry or trade routes, there has been a battle that has occurred, and so generally now it is simply used as just like a trade route to like trade goods and services between the fortress and the dwarves. I think that's about what you would get.
Do I see anything about it being possible to acquire permission from his Gravian tribes?
If it's not like not in the geographical books that you're looking at.
Okay.
With this information, knowing like would it telling us like how many months are what season, knowing what month this is, what time of season is it now? Is it currently?
Right. I believe I said you were in early spring when you started out. So you're probably into summer at this point. So up here it's more of the winter months.
Okay, so it's winter for them. Okay.
Yeah. Harsher
It's
weather.
gonna be really, really cold. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Tame, I think you said you needed help finding your own research materials.
Yeah, if you could, if you don't mind. I'm looking for, I guess, like, I don't know how this is gonna work out, but like family records, I guess, if they're, would even keep track of that here.
That would be more in a
I don't even
government
know.
building.
So go ahead and make a
I don't even know.
make a investigation. With advantage. Well, Tame.
Investigation.
All right.
15.
So, with a 15, you don't get really family records books. You get books on the history of, like, a trill, and some of, like, the prominent names that have come up throughout the ages. But unless you, I mean, I can go into them, but unless you specifically really care
He
about
wouldn't
them.
care.
Yeah.
He wouldn't care about that.
Like you're getting like previous commander generals, what they did,
Yeah.
like how a trill came to be, some of like the prominent families that helped like create the society and build it into what it is today. But none of that is the name that you were given by your sister.
Yeah.
And after spending quite a bit of time like looking into this stuff and looking around, you realize that like a library's probably not going to have records of who has lived and died in an area. That's probably more of like city records themselves, or location based. It's probably more governmental, specifically for like, you know, paying taxes, knowing who the citizens are, making sure like who lives there and who doesn't.
Yeah, you're looking for the census office.
Yeah, I know what this is. Like, this would be the Congress, like the Library of Congress type of thing, like in America.
Yeah, or
This-
you know,
that'd be
like
more
or like
government,
mayoral office, or
Yeah.
you know, like you know.
How long did that take me?
Well, Orianna's took about the same amount of time as Peregrine's, and then yours probably took another like hour and a half or so. So you're looking at you've been in there about 3.5 hours now. Quinn, after you and Perry looked into the end of the world, what do you want to research with her
I
help?
actually wanted to look into. I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this, but I'm basically trying to look into like ways to get around the side effects of being on really, really, really cursed Earth.
Oh, okay. So desecrated
Yeah.
ground.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Like, what can one do to mitigate
Okay,
the
go ahead,
nightmare side effects for one who gets his power from a god?
Yeah. Go ahead and make a investigation with advantage if Perry's helping.
Yep. I will help him because he helped me.
Okay.
Bless you, madam.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Team library.
is.
Yay.
Come on, Quinn.
22.
Wow.
Yes.
All right. So again,
I
you
am
start
smart.
to, you ask some of the scribes at the library, and you're pointed to a few books. Basically, what you get is the only way to deal with desecration is to hallow and consecrate the ground itself, reconsecrate the ground. It is a hefty ritual, takes quite a bit of time, and is not very cheap. Otherwise, it is depending on the nature of the desecration can be similarly to hallowing ground. Unhallowing ground can be done, and that is specific divine or necromantic magic. However, there are types of desecration that occur not because of a spell or a divine ritual, but because of the nature of something that is pervading the area around it. And so what you get is, if you are able to deal with the source of what is causing the desecration to spread, the unholiness of the area, that will likely eventually clear up the effect of the desecration itself.
Right, but nothing to do like in the moment while things are still screwed up.
Not that you get. No, not with that.
Shit. Okay. That is a big problem for me.
That's unfortunate.
Okay.
And you get the sense that similarly, like, very hallowed, consecrated places this is why temples are heavily consecrated and protected heavily by divine providence and magic. Because that, just as you're saying, well, shit, that's a problem for me, it is very much a problem for anything fiendish or undead or necromantic to enter those spaces as well.
And how dare those bastards steal the trade secrets of various churches? Those jerks.
Yeah. You get the sense it's not stolen trade secrets, it's just equal knowledge on both sides, two sides of a coin.
Just let me have this.
Let
me have my theory.
But I will say, like, you get the sense of, like, this is why, like, because you've never really been a religious person, but, like, reading through this and learning about it, you are understanding why those areas are so heavily fortified against this, and why often you feel so comforted and safe in those places is because of the very nature of the ground it's built upon and the power of the gods that protect it. And that is, the on the opposite side, that is the sense for these sort of unhallowed places that are very much akin to, death and destruction and malignancy, and why you feel so awful and the negative energy when you enter those places.
Okay.
And I will say, with the 22, reading about this, you get the sense of, right, when you dealt with what was happening at that fallen star, you got the sense that likely the desecration of what was happening there had been spreading. It probably would not anymore because of the removal of the source of what was happening there. Versus where you were in the tomb, that definitely felt more like the source was just everywhere. It was just that ground was disturbed and unnatural, and that would require a heavy ritual of cleansing to rid it of the pervasion of the desecration there.
Right. So more than just a quick Febreze and move on with your life. Got it.
Yeah. I will also say that you, again, the things that and from your 22, you learn that generally desecration bolsters the undead. Let me just make sure I'm getting all of these things so that you have them.
Yes, please.
So it gives undead advantage against effects that would try to manipulate them, destroy them, harm them in some way. It negates passive divine traits, as you've seen with your aura, and things like channel divinity probably won't have any effect in the area. Living creatures that die cannot be resurrected while on that ground, and if they are left on that ground, they will become undead at the next dusk.
Yikes.
And unhallowed ground dispels magic on all non-evil creatures.
Oh boy, that explains so much about that fight.
What you don't see is that difficulty you had with casting divine magic that you got at the start, and you get the sense that there normal desecration, that was different than normal desecration, at least from what you're reading here. That's not mentioned anywhere here, so you can keep note of that, but that was something very specific with whatever was going on there. And that's what you get with the 22. That takes you another couple of hours. So at this point, you're probably into midday. You're past midday. You're probably around like 2 in the afternoon. All of you.
That's not bad.
That's not a bad day.
It's a good day's work, honestly.
Right.
2 or 3.
I assume we probably reconvene about lunch or so, since we split off to do some research. So
yeah, I mean, you can. I guess you can come back together now. So you can have like a late lunch at around like 2:30. But yeah, you guys eventually meet up once more after you've done this bit of research.
So what did everybody find? Anything of particular use or interest?
Whole bunch of nothing. And that it's cold up north and stuff, but nothing on my end.
If we are going to the border of Israf for the flower, we're going to need to make sure we stick to the rules, or find some way of gaining permission from the tribes of Israf, because they don't like people coming into their neck of the woods and taking, foliage and resources from their land. So I think we'll run into some trouble with the flower if we don't go through the proper channels.
What channels? There are channels?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm just.
So
it's
maybe
something
talk
we need
to
to
some
look
locals.
I think if we don't find anything here, then when we get to Emberhold, it is worth trying to find out if there is a way to contact the tribes of Isgrav to request permission.
It's fair.
That's fair. Also a really smart use of time, to be honest. I'd rather not get into any trouble over picking a flower. Maybe we can just, do them a favor or something.
That would be most likely what I think they'll probably ask us to do.
All right.
Assuming they even let us. I mean, we may set up a meeting and they may be like, no, those flowers are holy to us, you cannot take them, but...
Well, then we're going to run into a problem.
Yeah.
Yes, but, yeah.
We'll cross
we
that
don't
bridge
know
when
the
we get to it.
situation. Yeah, so it doesn't do good to dwell on something.
Right.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just saying, if they tell us we can't, then that's going to become a problem. Because I still need to, whether they say we can or not.
I mean, if I could get a seed, I could bloom a flower.
Hey, we just asked for fucking seeds!
I
Oh my god, you're brilliant!
feel like they'd be the same thing. I feel like they figured you could grow them if you had seeds.
No, wait, hold on. Maybe stay with me. Go to a flower shop of some sort. Somewhere what sells plants and flowers, some mercantile or whatever. We buy the seeds for these things. Then we don't have to pick a damn thing. And then we can just make them at will.
I get a sense they're not really a shop type
I'm
of
not.
people.
Let me fucking have this one.
I'm
All
not-
right, okay.
I don't mean to rain on your
No, shh.
I don't mean to
I'm-
rain on
I'm
your
going to
military
reach a-
parade, Quinn.
I'm going to reach over to Orianna and just like completely cover her mouth and not just do the one finger thing, just like shush.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab my pin and cast message to him constantly and say it in his head.
Abuse of the message spell is
Brought to you by the letters F and U.
All right. Well, that's good to know, though.
Oh, also, I cast Major Exposition, and I say all the stuff I learned, because it basically boils down to explaining mechanics. I suck at that.
Yeah. As far as the end of the world, such things, I got some names. None of them are familiar.
Any of them
Probably.
Lilith?
No. Why?
No,
Lilith.
listen,
Who is Lilith?
It's just a thing I was told to not trust.
By whom and what? We are beyond the point of keeping secrets.
I'll
You
point at the
realize
horns.
that.
I'll point at the horns.
Oh.
Thank you.
I don't
Wonder
get
who
it, but
that
okay.
is. Hmm.
Hairdresser.
I'll manifest the hand.
Magical hairdresser. That's what she's talking about.
Still nothing, but okay. It's fine. I trust you.
No, I get
My
it.
great granddad.
Your hairdresser's that old?
Anyway, all right. So, no. I mean, I got names like Orcus and the Pale Knight.
Oh, that sounds
Not
cool.
so mundane as.
You know, I
Lilith.
kind of, honestly, that one, metal as fuck.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I don't know. We want them to stay in the abyss and not come up here and wreck up the place. That's what I got from my research.
I mean, that's normal with the things you try to research. Is like, we should just, if we ever get the chance to make suggestions at the library, we should just advise them to make one suggestion where adventuring types can go, and you just call the section shit that will come wreck shop if it ever gets here. That's just anything you would need to know about stuff one might want to kill or banish or
Right.
hunt for some, just shit that will absolutely wreck shop. Just that's your section right there.
Right.
Save a lot of time.
It would. I mean, mostly I got that the God of Darkness was chained into the abyss by all the gods together, like long before the split. Like we're talking creators and destroyers. He's not
Family
powerless,
project.
but he's imprisoned
Mm-hmm.
by chains that he can't break through himself.
Right, which is why he's sending emissaries and such to do
Right.
it for him.
Yeah, and those emissaries are people who are real prone to madness and despair and whatnot, usually. Because that's what he's kind of been doing, is reaching out. Because he can't do it himself. But, like, need to be mindful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't find anything specific, but I didn't expect to. I just did find out that if he created the abyss, or whoever did, it is basically of his nature, and there ain't nobody controlling it down there. Nobody
Right.
can.
So
He's not
Definitely.
even controlling it.
right, so we definitely don't want to go there. Got it.
Yes. Note to self: do not go to abyss.
A vacation home in
Bad
Vegas?
place.
No.
Well,
Do not
Or
go to the
real
bad place.
estate. Prices suck.
I'm pretty sure. I bet the prices are pretty low. It sounds like a.
It's
you know,
probably
cheap deal.
definitely a buyer's market down there.
Yeah,
But
Quite possibly.
I don't think that's where we want our summer home.
you know, Lake
But
of
yeah.
Blood right next to the summer home.
Free madness.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, all in all, I think it was still very productive. I really appreciate that you found out some stuff about up north,
Mm-hmm.
because I,
No,
for
we-
one, have learned a lesson about going places without looking into them first.
Yep.
I assume
Definitely.
you also told them all of the information, Orianna, about like the weather and
Yeah, of course.
the
yeah.
nature of the trade
Yeah, that was my
routes to
bit.
the
Me saying it was really cold.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
He summarized.
Yeah.
But
Whole
yeah,
team
so you
says
guys
it's
at least know what they've learned about the tribes
Yeah, yeah.
and how they've
Yeah, yeah.
acted and why they're so
Right.
on edge.
Mm-hmm.
Not sweater weather. It is definitely heavy jacket weather.
It's parka weather.
So,
Yeah.
part
Parka
of
and sweater weather.
Ooh, sorry. Part of the expense money then goes to winter clothing.
Mm.
We need cold weather gear.
Mechanic question: does that just mean I need warmer shit to put underneath my armor, or am I gonna have to look like the kid from A Christmas Story?
Depends. I mean, you could do either. You could have warmer stuff to go. I mean, you definitely want warmer stuff to go under, because cold metal getting frozen to your skin, probably not a good idea.
Well, duh.
But depending, you may want also something over top, like depending on how cold it gets and exactly where you're traveling.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. Oh, sorry.
Because, like, you know, under layers can only do so much, because your armor eventually, like, you can't put so much under your armor because your armor, like, won't even fit after so many layers. But so there may be times where you need like a coat or some kind of cloak or something over top of you to keep you warm.
Cool.
You know, I wish we bought that ring of warmth. I mentioned it. I was like, guys, we're gonna need this ring of warmth.
Yeah.
It's gonna be cold someday.
Well, okay,
When
that
are we
we literally
ever gonna
just.
go somewhere cold?
At that time, could we even afford it, or would it have been like one of those
It wasn't
things?
that expensive, I don't think.
Okay, I don't remember, because I mean, we went from being mostly broke to rolling in it in record time.
It would have took like almost all of our money at that point.
That's why we
that's
didn't
why
do
we
it.
didn't buy it.
Okay, thank
I
you
think
for
you were
clarifying
busy
that
buying.
point.
I think you were busy buying diamonds and stuff like that, and spending your money
We
on
were
that.
buying
Probably.
necessities
Magic
for the current situation.
But my
yeah.
craziness, I was like, it's gonna be cold one day, guys. and
So you
we're gonna
guys exchange information. Are you going out to grab a bite to eat, get some lunch, or going to continue researching? What are you doing?
I want to get for one more thing.
Okay.
At the library, or did you want to go
At the
to
library.
the? Okay.
Okay.
And I want to look for kind of the same deal, like kind of like the history, like of like names or stuff, essentially. But I want to do for specifically just for like Sakar, like if there's like notable generals or blah 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 stuff like that.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation. I assume the rest of you are kind of helping out.
Yes.
Yes.
And if you're all helping, does that cut the time down depending on? Because like it's literally 4 hands
Probably
trying to
a
look
little.
for stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Just
So go ahead and
curious.
make a investigation with advantage.
That's 20.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Okay.
I'm not.
So, so with all of you kind of looking into this, you do see histories of the area, and you do see that some notable people have come in out of there, some generals, some researchers. What you do get is that about probably 30 years ago, there were a couple of very prominent inventors from Riveran that helped the nation develop and gain more technology. Actually had a good trade relationship between Agraria and Dash. You learn that their names were Adeline and Trevor Schofield.
Adeline and Trevor
Schofield. They were very well known and helped create some of like the vehicles that you've seen, some of the lighting that you've seen around the cities, some of the architecture, and a lot of like help with the military, research into medicine, many different areas. And they were well liked by the previous commander general, as well as the populace itself, as they seemed to be well known just in general by the people. But looking into this, you see that about 27 or so years ago, they were presumed killed on a trip to Agraria and Dash to meet with contacts, procure resources for their work. It's not really known exactly what occurred, but they never came back. And taking their place, eventually, a few years later, were the people. What name did I give you again?
Helline and Trevor Schofield.
No.
Oh.
That wrote it down somewhere. Trying to find it in my.
Oh, my last name, Kamathi.
Yeah, Kamathi.
Okay.
The Kamathis from Sekar began to take prominence coming out of Sekar in their knowledge of technology and research and rituals to produce favorable results for the military and the nation of Trill.
Okay.
It does not say. It
Right.
says that is where
That's
they are
what I-
from.
Uh-huh.
It does not say where they currently reside.
Right. Okay. Okay.
And don't think you ever got the last name. Don't think you ever got the last name, so you wouldn't know. Meta-wise, you might know, but I don't think you ever got her last name. So I can't even have a check for this because you wouldn't know.
I know.
Yeah, but like I said, meta-wise, you might know. In character, I don't think she ever gave you her last name, and I don't think it's ever been spoken. So, all right.
I don't think I even know because I'm like, who talking
Yeah,
about?
you probably don't. That's fine.
Meta-wise, I think I just clicked, but I'm very tired, so.
Yeah. All right. So
I-
that is what you get.
Okay, and that tracks pretty well. Like that. That is almost Waltaine's age. So.
Yeah. You're given your age is probably they started to come into prominence about, it seems like, a year before you were born.
Right. Okay. That's good. Waltaine sort of has like that like look of like things are clicking in his head.
And with all of you researching and finding that knowledge, probably takes you like another hour.
Oh, great.
You're getting close to like 3:30 at this point.
Okay.
Awesome.
Anybody else starving? Because I'm kind of starving.
Yeah, my eyes are doing that thing when like you look at things too long and it kind of like. No one knows what I'm talking
How
about.
many fingers, Ball?
4.
I get it. All right. Well, let's find some food before you keel over. So let's go get a late afternoon lunch or snack.
All right. So you head to go grab a bite to eat. It's fairly easy to find a pub close by to the library that's not too far. I'll say like for a round of drinks and food for the 4 of you, probably about a gold total.
I'll buy.
Okay.
Ooh, you generous soul.
Yay!
Is there anything
have any money
specific-
left if you bought the expensive beer?
Let me look.
I don't think he does because he needed to borrow the last.
Silver.
Yeah, he had to borrow the last 2
I'll
gold
buy
from.
for half of us.
You know what?
I'll take it. Yeah, okay.
I got this one. I will.
I'll
do that thing where Balteam is like. I see Balteam's like.
I
Looking
go
through
for
his
a
wa-
wallet.
his- yeah, he's like-
for a wallet, like.
Well, I imagine if you were like Balteam forgets how much money he has because he either thinks he has all the money he possibly needs or knows he has no money.
I
He
look at
strikes
my
me as the
wallet.
person who does not ever keep track of his exact
No, I
bank
don't.
balance
Yeah.
at any given time. So imagine it been like Balteam starts trying to look through his money and he starts like doing the math real quietly and has it sort of like very quiet, oh shit kind of moment. And then Quinn just, without saying anything, just flips out a gold and just
Okay. So
Yeah.
you are at a table together. Your drinks are brought to you, and eventually your meals are brought to you. Is there anything specific you want to chat about or do while you're in the restaurant or in the pub?
And I don't. That's like they were there helping me, so they all.
Yeah, they were
got
all
this.
all of
Okay,
you were kind of
okay.
gathering this information together, so you don't
Okay.
need to tell them.
Gotcha,
You were all kind of like piecing it
All
together
right.
as you were reading through the various books.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
They might not know what the name Kamathi means because I don't think
Yeah.
you've told them any of
I
that.
don't-
But
No, I told Quinn and Perry.
okay,
Orianna wasn't there.
Right. Okay.
all these things are now explained to everybody.
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
So what does this mean? Based on what we found, what does this mean for you? Because I don't really understand what's going on,
Nope.
and I want to help.
It sounds like, or means, I guess, that my parents either. Well, I'm not gonna speculate. I don't know what happened to these other people, but these other people were helping a trio, and they died, and my parents stepped into that vacuum. It seems like.
Mm. I mean, that's really about all there is to that you confirmed.
Yeah.
So
So your parents famous? Like important inventors?
It seemed more like the Schofields were more famous. It just sounds like they kind of just like, whoa, the people that are inventing stuff are gone, bro. Someone needs to do
Scope.
some stuff.
Hmm.
Maybe I can ask my sister if she knows anything about Schofields,
Right.
Adeline, and Trevor.
Right, and we can also tell the other two, see if any of either of them knows anything. Because I fear we just fit them in on everything we found at the library, so there's no gap in what we all know.
This is more of like a. Will Orianna know anything like that name or no? Probably
It was
not.
Oh,
she's too young.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, but you're younger than 30,
Well,
right?
42 now, but 22.
But yeah, you're younger.
Chronologically,
Okay, so-
though, as far as when you were
She's I think one of the
born.
youngest in your group.
Yeah,
so.
she's
Yeah.
younger. Okay, so that makes sense. I could your mother might know. Potentially.
Well, she might. How long has your mom been, big to do?
Said they were very favorite of the old regime, so yeah.
Oh.
Well, they were
Well,
favorite.
you
by
know
the
that
old
the new regime is only like maybe six. I think I said like 6 years old. Or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
It's not
Mhm.
very old.
6-7 years old.
Yeah.
And they were like 30 years ago. So
Right. Okay.
Mm.
and then disappeared about 27 years ago. I think I got that right. Hope I got my own lore right.
I wrote down.
That awkward moment when you get your own lore wrong. Pretty sure that I'm right, but I
The moment when one of your players just pushes the glasses up in the nose. Well,
No,
actually,
I'm right.
Around 30 years ago, they were there, and then 27 years ago, they died. Or presumed dead.
disappeared.
Right. And a few years after Kamathi's.
Mm-hmm.
Or a couple years after. So yeah, maybe your mother might know if she's been here for a while.
Yeah, how long has she been, a big
Famous?
attraction in this town?
I mean, Orianna. She was already kind of prominent when Orianna was young.
Mm.
But you're not really sure how old she is. Like her mother, you're not really sure how old Orianna's mother is.
No idea.
So.
Because I know better than to
Yeah,
ask
you
anyone.
know-
And
you know best how old.
Orianna only knows like
Yeah, her immediate.
her. I mean, unless like Orianna, would you have like asked your mother her whole like? No, actually, no, she wouldn't because she didn't have a great
probably not,
relationship with her
because,
mother. Yeah, she didn't really want to know her mother, so
Oh, well, then
so
never-
she only
never
she
mind.
only really knows like her mother was all like by the time Orianna was old enough to like understand, the basics, like 5 or 6, like her mother was already like busy with operas and things like that, so she was already kind of famous. So Orianna's answer would be as long as I've known her.
Right. She's probably one of those kids that thinks that the television was invented like maybe a year or two before they were born.
All right. Well, I mean, there's got to be more. Got to be able to find more information somehow.
Mhm.
I don't know how.
I mean, other than asking the people I can think of, would be just to go there, see if there's anything left of either the Schofields or the Kamathis.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, we can definitely try whatever. I mean, I don't really know how one would look into something like this. I've got my own mystery and parentage, and I never cared enough to look any deeper. But whatever it is you think we need to do, will help.
I hadn't been. I'm not really too concerned about my family proper. I mean, there's a reason Shy took me away from there, but
Right.
I have the thoughts after these last couple of days. If things don't work out how we wanted to, I mean, they did this to me. Who's to say they couldn't undo something that's been done to someone else?
Think they might have some answers for Shy?
Potentially.
It's worth a shot.
mean, it's worth a try. I promised you I'd help you help your sister.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it takes.
They might have, I don't know, there might be some notes or something if they're not anything else. Maybe help someone else get a jump start on what they need.
Hey, look, if you think this could help you or your sister, all you really need to tell us is which way to go, and that's it.
Yeah.
We're going.
Yeah. We'll help however we can.
If it wasn't for you lot, I probably would never have found mine. So I'm whatever you need. That's what I'm here for.
I definitely, it probably can wait for a little bit longer. I mean,
I understand.
I
I'm
like
just saying, when you need
missing
it,
people become less missing, you know what I mean? So,
it's true. They pretty much stay gone until they show up.
and probably look a little weird if it head directly away from Emerald. So
Yeah, I don't know that we need to do that.
Mm.
we have a task at hand. We'll deal with that, and then
We'll
we're going
see.
to Veldon anyways, all near Veladon, that area. So
I mean, at
On the
some
way.
point, I need to go back to the forest, but I got a lot of growing to do before I can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like
you
a
got to-
lot.
yeah, you need to write a very persuasive speech before you get there.
Yeah.
You got time to workshop it.
What if,
you can
what
try
if,
it out on
Orianna,
us.
Orianna, what if I write the speech and then you give the speech? You're better at people than me.
I feel like that's not how that
No.
works.
I know. I don't think that.
Idea, but
Let's think about this. Just, and this isn't anything to dig at Orianna, but let's think about this for a minute. Who is your incredibly insular tribe more likely to listen to? The girl from back home who left but came back to try to help, or some weird foreign lady what talks funny?
I feel like by druid law that would make her the queen of druids, would it not?
Is that how easy it is? Just show up, give a convincing speech, just
We
hand you
don't
like some sort of
have
tree
a
crown.
queen. We have a council
But
of
do you have a king
elders.
though?
We have a council of elders that governs the tribe.
Right.
We've had
Not
this
any-
discussion.
Right, not any sort of king or queen based on one's oratory skills.
Well,
No.
technically, they do have a king. Because they are in Veladon.
Well, I mean, technically, but like, as far as
But no.
I'm concerned,
He leaves them alone. He has.
He
Right,
leaves
right,
us
right.
alone. We leave him alone, and he is not my king.
You didn't vote for him. Got it. Of
I vote for him.
I don't think that's how that works either. Of
course I beat you to it. And I did it in my own character voice, bitch. I win.
Yeah, he's not for he's not. I mean, there is a king, but not of
Right.
us specifically.
Right.
We're just sort of in the forest all by ourselves with our own council of elders.
All right. Well, like I said though, you're gonna have plenty of time, but you may want to start trying to workshop a speech on the various reasons why they want to leave town.
Real estate's really, really bad there.
I mean, the
Property values
real
don't
reason is y'all can't
up and
stay
up.
here.
Right.
And
And again, I've got some really fantastic beachfront property they may be interested in.
well, we'll again cross that bridge when we get there.
Mm-hmm. Right before we set it on fire.
We're not going to set any more bridges on fire.
We may want to burn that one behind us. Like, we're all leaving now. No, you can never go back. Flame on.
No. So, we've accomplished a great deal of research,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't take us all day, which is kind of a miracle.
I know. High fives all around.
Yay! Did
Yes,
you
I
just
made
have-
my own high five noise.
Yeah.
I did Foley for the podcast and the stream just now. Y'all are welcome.
So now what? I mean, we should probably check on Campion and
Yeah.
his potion making.
Yeah, and see if Cinder got everything he needed when he was out shopping.
Yeah.
No reason to not head back. Then we can see if there's anything else we want to try to do. We can always go try and have that conversation with Lex
Right.
we need to have tonight if we want to.
Well,
It's
we
because
need to,
I think it seems it's either that or first thing in the morning.
yeah,
wanna
well,
make sure
we
we
need
catch 'em.
to, we need to come together and like make some decisions about presenting a united front.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't want to force anybody to do anything they don't want to do.
Right.
I'm just saying it makes more sense to work together, given our common goal. So we'll
Mhm.
have, I don't want to go and we're all still like disagreeing and arguing with each other. That's literally part of why Lex doesn't want to work with us. And I don't blame her.
Mm.
I wouldn't want to work with us too much either, the way that we've been acting. We're better than that.
Been in a bit of a rough patch, it seems.
I know. And I should not have lost my temper. I was very frustrated, especially after what happened to Ball's sister. And I am sorry. It's just been a lot. And then it got worse. And having just watched somebody lose their family, sort of, all over again, kind of hit a nerve. You know what I'm saying?
I did just realize some good news, though.
What?
You lost your temper, but the magic stuff didn't happen.
That's right. No, a vacuum didn't appear suddenly, and nothing exploded. You didn't catch fire.
You didn't randomly grow fangs.
This is
Useless
true.
fangs as
Yeah,
well.
remember, they were useless and blunt, like the claws.
Boing. Just like a cartoon physics. Boing.
This is true. Because I got a lot of help. He sort of gave me the knowledge and the ability to control it. I think so long as I don't do anything crazy with it, the surges should be mitigated.
Good.
They're still going to happen. I do not have complete control. But
this is still positive progress, right?
yes.
Good.
So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I feel like I'm doing better. Like, I feel like I was more useful and more... I was able to work better when we were fighting. Because I wasn't so worried about, like, how long can I stay a bear before I fall on my face. And that's also progress.
Yes. You've come quite a long way.
But if we hadn't worked together so well, I don't think it would have gone so well, you know?
This is probably true.
And it was dead clever of you, Orianna, to reach out to Butcher. Although, really, I thought you were sassing him, and I was like, that might not be the best idea, but I want to sass him too, so...
You'd be mad if I actually was trying to sass him?
Not exactly, because I feel like we've never gotten over losing Dobby.
I honestly just wanted to see his reaction. I didn't know if he would just, straight up punch me in the face and kill me. Oh, you work with Dobby, you must be an asshole too, or something, But,
Right.
I was legitimately surprised when he offered to help at that point. That was...
But still, I just... Honestly... That was amazing. Like, I genuinely envy your ability to talk to people. And convince them of stuff. Because most of the time I just say the wrong thing. Or say too much.
If only you could be convinced to only use your powers for good.
That was really smart. Like, really, really smart.
I don't really know how I do it. I just kind of open my mouth and talk. I mean, you would think that, but I mean, you heard Mama. She was like, Anna has no friends. She just knows in a book all the time.
These are all accurate statements, yes. You like books more than us, yeah, I've seen it.
The only thing I can think of is just because I spent so much time reading books and seeing what other people say. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
I don't know, but it's dead useful.
Well, you see that, Perry? All we need to do is get you more books. You read them before we get to your tribe, and then you won't even need Orianna. Just read more. That's it. Literacy is very important.
Just read.
What? Knowledge is power.
I mean, I would take a copy of How to, Win Friends and Influence People.
How to Talk People for Dummies.
Home of Leadership.
I mean, we could maybe find the How to Talk to People for Dummies in a bookshop here in town. Quick, Orianna, to the nearest bookstore of quality.
Oration 101.
Yeah.
See?
To go with my Sorcery for Dummies book, which I still read. because I'm still learning.
Mm-hmm. You just read it inside of the larger book you were getting from Coralon, so no one knows you're still reading the For Dummies book. People think you're reading the massive big girl tome. In reality, you're like, let's see, how do stupid people do this?
So you guys finish your lunch, late lunch. At this point, it's probably close to 4:30.
Mm-hmm.
Are you heading back to Orianna's manor?
I mean, we need the other two if we're going to do anything else.
Okay.
I mean, unless Ball Team had something else to do, because I know he's been trying to find information.
No, that was.
Okay.
That was
You did
as
say
much as I got,
potential.
or wanted.
You did
Hmm?
mention potentially wanting to talk to your sister. I mean, you could see if.
Yeah, I mean, I can do
Orianna.
that now. I figured we were gonna go do this other thing, and then.
Well, we might be and we might not be.
Well, if we're not, then yeah, I probably will go
Okay.
see her if there's nothing else on the docket. But
All right.
Okay,
Well,
Maybe.
we'll go
that's
back.
fair.
I mean,
We
you
can-
all can come with me if you like, or
Right. Well, we go reconvene and see whether we're actually going to go do the thing tonight or tomorrow morning, and then sort that out.
That's fair.
All right. So you guys head back to the manor. When you get there, you hear Cinderette, give me another performance check.
I hope this is bad. Oh, that's a 16.
Yeah,
Hey.
not a bad
He's
melody.
improving.
Playing on a harmonica as you step into the grounds and see the interesting sounds of the instrument coming from just sitting under a tree, Cynric. while
Oh,
he
look at him
plays
trying
on
to be all
his
blues traveler with his big old hat and his harmonica.
I love it.
But yeah, and Cynric, you easily see them coming into the grounds from where you are as well.
I
Oh,
didn't know you
dear.
played an instrument.
Me neither. I figure if, she can do it, I can do it too.
I mean, she has had more
that
practice.
is the right spirit.
Right.
But that's a fair point.
I mean, no, that is a fair point. Watching Orianna play an entrance, you think, oh, well, if she can do whatever that is, I think anyone can.
I mean, to be fair, Orianna usually does pretty well. Plays that better than I play the pan flute, and I've had a lot of practice.
You play one bad little jig in a sewers.
Was it one?
time.
Was it just the one?
I
Was it
remember that
really?
sound in the bar.
Oh, God, yeah. You made it sound like you were murdering cats in a bar.
Don't worry, Orianna. Everyone's a critic.
Indeed.
We tease because we care. Well, we were gonna go inside and check on Campion and whatnot.
And then debrief about all of the library stuff.
Yeah, it's probably around 5 o'clock, quarter after 5 at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
So I figure we can all go inside, get Campion, be like, here is the stuff we learned, entire group.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so you all go inside. Campion, at this point, you've been able to brew 1 potion.
Sweet.
You get the knock at your door, and I assume open it, and you see your group.
Hi, you mind coming downstairs for a bit? We found some stuff out in the library, and we want to just sort of fill everybody in.
Okay. And then he just closes the door and then begins to move his shit back in his bag and then comes out like 5 minutes later.
Okay.
You make any progress?
I have 1 potion.
Good.
Excellent. You did get everything you needed, right?
Yes.
Oh, right. I was
Good.
supposed
Oh,
to ask him that.
Campion, roll a d20 for me.
Okay, cool. Sick, dude. Sick.
Just a d20.
Campion explodes.
Dun, 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 dun. That's 12.
You
There
made
for
one.
3.
You made one of the greater healing potions.
Oh,
Ooh.
sick, dude.
Yeah,
Sweet.
dude.
Sick.
Nice.
That is greatly. That's awesome.
That's
But
Yes,
make
it is
sure.
great.
But make sure you cancel because I think you bought enough for 2. So make sure you cancel out.
Oh
one
no,
of
I
the
bought
sets
I
of-
bought it up for 4.
Oh, for 4 graders and
Yep.
then 5 smaller.
No, 4 graders, 10 common.
Smaller, right? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Okay, so
We
yeah,
gave
you
him
won-
a lot
So
of
yeah, so
money.
nix out the ingredients
Yep.
for one of the graders.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right,
is
so
greatly-
you all
Yes.
reconvene downstairs in that sort
Mhm.
of like war room area.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And we all collectively cast Major Exposition.
All right, yeah. So the group
Yeah.
fills everyone else in on the information learned at the library about the end of the world, Emberhold area, geography, Baltaim's family, and whatever else you looked into, and desecration and
Yeah.
effects of it.
Desecration, how to pick flowers without getting shot.
Yeah.
Well, that was the Emberhold geography
Yeah.
area. But,
Yeah, I know.
but yes, you and Cynric, you do hear the names.
Yep. I'm not saying anything right now.
Okay.
You son of a
Okay.
bitch.
We're getting ready to go talk to Lex.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, I get
I'm
it.
giving you shit because I can, but like
As-
it's fair.
as
But
am
yeah,
I.
so
I'm
you
watching
all
you, sir.
takes a few minutes,
Mhm.
but you all eventually
Oh.
probably about 15
Wow,
minutes.
that light bulb took a while to turn on, huh, buddy?
Yeah,
Probably
that is-
about.
Oof.
I like that Khalil is about as recognition worthy as his character.
Yeah, I'm
That was
in character always.
amazing.
Yeah.
He's living it. He's method playing.
Yeah. By about 5:30 or so, you're
Yeah.
all kind of caught up, and aware of the situation.
All right,
Okay.
cool. So after all that's done, then
Thoughts, Campion, on any of the crazy shit?
I mean, it's quite interesting. All of it, really.
you may need to consider trying to winterize Greybone. Make sure the joints don't freeze up in the cold.
Understood.
Is that a thing? It's a mechanical being.
We don't know that. That's the point.
And
He's still susceptible to oxidation and other things. Metal things are, susceptible to.
Does more
Aren't they
oxygen
technically-
mean colder? I mean, I don't think that's how that
okay,
works.
look, I think he knows what he means, and it isn't exactly what he's saying. I think I figured this out finally. He knows what he means. He's just, I think he got hit in the head as a child several
we just don't
several
speak
times.
the same language,
Uh,
technically.
Something like that, and he's saying words that mean what he thinks they mean. He thinks they mean what they mean, but they don't. So he's just saying whatever it is. But
Right.
he gets the point in there somewhere. We just
The
aren't getting it.
process, the
See,
process
yes,
is flawed.
science.
But the results
resilience-
of the same.
See, it's catching.
Science.
It's contagious.
Resilience. That's what
Champion.
Campion. It's not science.
Guys.
It's
I can't
resilience.
I'm done.
Champion, you are
Okay,
patient
what?
zero of an aphasia plague.
I'm done.
I watched that episode of DS9,
Oh,
and now I'm going to live it.
All right. So, as far as my actual concern is how well you'll handle cold weather in general, Campion, and like if there's anything we need to do to help you,
Yeah, or with the
On
joint
account
pain
of-
and such.
your general
Yes, that-
health issues.
Leg.
Leg, the breathing.
Actually, cold weather would probably make him breathe a little bit better.
Possibly.
I mean, I also do have teas for joint pain.
don't need teas.
You don't know until you
I'm
try.
drinking tea.
What is your issue with tea?
He says it's
I get not liking tea, but it seems like you have a deep-seated.
It's disgusting.
What did tea do to you?
Herbs mixed in drink.
Are you more of a coffee man?
No. Coffee makes me irritable. Like warm milk.
I think I get it. You think tea is fake science.
It's fake science.
Oh, okay, I get it. It's like
mixing a couple of mushrooms and warm water is gonna heal a broken leg.
it's like that
No.
science. You know that science. thing with
mushrooms
that-
and warm water just make a really good soup.
They do, actually.
Um,
Some green onion in there.
all I'm saying, never. You know what? We're not going to get into the medicinal properties of herbs because your medicine is made of herbs.
It's
but-
it's like that science when you like look at the stars. That's what you think it is.
But you know, it's fine.
Astronomy?
I mean, astronomy,
The other one,
astrology.
that one,
That's not science.
exactly.
Navigation.
What?
I think we're getting off of whatever the fucking topic is to the point where I don't know
Who's
what it
on
is
first?
anymore. Let's see. What's on second and Ida knows on third. I think we've established this.
So
Yeah, Campion, he's just kind of like, he's very confused at this point.
Now you know we all feel talking to you motherfucker. Welcome to the rest of our lives.
Either way, it's just, Campion's like, okay, make note. Get ready for cold weather.
yeah, because it's going to be cold when we go to Emberhold.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we had one last thing we have to take care of, one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. Either tonight or tomorrow morning, first thing.
Well, I mean, if we take care of it tonight, we can get an early start of what we need tomorrow.
All right. Well, here's the thing. We need to decide what we're doing and how we're going about this. We can hold our own. But sometimes two teams, even if we're working parallel, not together and in tandem, are better than one. We can go places that they can't. They can only spread themselves so thin.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that y'all are worried about us relying on them, but I don't think we are anymore. We only worked with Lex and Zuma because we were doing a favor for her. And we didn't call her until we had the knowledge that maybe her friend was dead and there were mind flayers involved.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, she recommended we not help because we were above our heads in that situation.
Right, but we were supposed to look for her contact. That's what I'm
And
saying.
When we did that, her reaction was that.
Yeah, she didn't want us digging more into mind flayers.
And to be fair, Quinn almost did die.
And that's why we didn't continue to look into mind flayers.
And
Yeah,
also
there was
possible
plenty of stuff to deter us there.
misuse of blood magic.
Exactly. Those were all reasons that she said, thank you for your help. You've done enough. You've done all I think you can. But we worked well together there. You see what I'm saying? And we were working with her here because our goals aligned, and she was offering to help us help Orianna. We're not relying on them like training wheels. Not anymore.
No, we only are relying on them insofar as they are the only people who know exactly where we're supposed to go to check on these things to make sure that his grand dark jackass stays all chained up.
Yeah. And the thing is, with the fact that they all have their own personal issues, and clearly there's an issue with the Frayne at this point,
Mm-hmm.
it would help take the weight off of them if we spread the load.
Well, I mean, ensuring the shackle would be something that helps us out as well. I say we go to make sure the shackle is secure.
We don't know where it is.
Understood.
That's what I would say. If we don't
I'm not
further
saying
work
we
with them,
go tonight.
yeah.
Right.
I say we assume that responsibility so they can focus their efforts somewhere else.
So you're saying
I
we
would be
tell
fine
them
with
that well, no, I think I understand. You're saying we tell Lex that we would like to look into the shackle. Please tell us where the shackle is.
Yes, we take
Okay.
that responsibility as we were originally intended.
Well, we were supposed to meet her to look into the shackle, I think.
Yeah, we looked at all shackle, the one that we and
We
Mhm.
just suddenly we happened to
Elzar?
stumble into Charlie and Liz.
yeah.
Right.
No. You have never been asked to look into shackles by yourself.
No, that's what
So
I'm-
let's be honest. You were
No,
always
we were
supposed
to go look at
You were
Alzheimer's, but we
always
supposed to meet
supposed
someone
hang
there.
on, you were always supposed to meet Liz and Charlie
Yeah.
there. because you were
Okay.
told that you were
You
meant
just
to
didn't
meet.
know who
You
they
just
were.
didn't know who they were.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I had
And then
forgotten that. It's been
and
the
then
beginning
for
of
the one in
campaign, sorry.
Riverin, you were always supposed to meet with Lex
Meet up. Yeah.
to do
Right.
it together.
Yep.
So I just clarifying that. I'm not going to even
Yeah.
have a history roll. Like you
Yeah.
guys
Mhm.
know that the
It's been a
shackles
while. Is
have
the only
never
thing that
been the shackles have never been a you thing.
Right. See, that's the thing about that. But like, if we met her to work with that, I mean, I think, like I said, I don't think that we need them to survive, but I think that things are better off with two teams working together, not necessarily side by side all the time.
Right, but at least communicating with one another so we don't fuck things up for the other team by double doing work or by someone just not taking care of something.
I will also say, you had Liz and Charlie, and they still needed to call in Aaron at the last
Yeah.
shackle you were at.
I don't think we can handle the shackle.
Just letting you know that.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah. I don't think
If
we
we-
can handle the shackle by ourselves.
I don't think if we
But-
don't work with the Lux Turner, we won't find any of those shackles. They're the only one with. These aren't just public knowledge. We've looked in many libraries. We've looked into that big ass
Mhm.
special mage library, and there was no information about stuff like that.
They're
So,
secret for a reason.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So, but I mean, I think that we should be working together. Our goals are aligned. I think that I
We can work together, but we don't necessarily have to work hand in hand on everything.
right, and that's fair, and that's not what I'm asking for in any way. I think that the original idea of we look into the shackles together, but we do everything else, that needs to be done separately.
Mhm.
This should be a partnership of equals. We are more than capable of handling ourselves. I've seen us handle ourselves pretty dang well.
Right. So maybe we just go back to that was the original intent.
Honestly, the minute we handed off that device, we began relying on ourselves more, and we did better. And I don't think working with them means relying on them.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel, Campion? You've been a little quiet.
I do understand, and I do appreciate their skill set and everything. And for Lex personally not shooting me in the head when, she had the chance.
I mean, it didn't hurt that bad until like the fourth one.
Honestly, yeah.
It hurt really bad.
The hitting of the back of the head might have damaged my brain slightly, but I do not hold a grudge. Nonetheless, I do believe that, yeah, it is useful for their information, and we utilize that as an asset going forward. But I believe the idea of favors is pointless at this part. It should be a relationship that's purely about stopping the end of the world.
I agree, and I think that's what they want. We only owed them favors because they did quite a lot for us.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot.
Saving Sinric's
I'm not
life, trying to save
convinced
Dobby's.
the favors were a method of us not relying on them.
I don't know what you mean, because what I'm saying is we owed them favors because they helped us.
The intention behind them, the favors themselves were the first step of us acting independently and not relying on them whenever something happened.
I would
Right.
agree with that statement.
Mm-hmm.
But
I agree.
we missed the point of that.
I disagree with that. I really think that you're overestimating how much we've relied upon them. Especially since Cage Barrow.
I think what Sinric is trying to say is that we didn't, through the favors, we didn't learn the lessons that they were trying to get to us. We ended up learning the lessons eventually. But I think we're all on the right track here. That should be a partner of equals, and respect for one another. We don't need them to walk us to Emberhold or Isgrav or anything like that. We can make our own way there, and we can do our own business along the way too. We don't have to feel like we're emboldened or beholden to them.
Right. But if we find something that's important, we should be able to tell them.
And cooperate together as people working towards a similar goal. Yes.
Agreed.
I will say as no, because I don't believe any of us are saying this. The nature of the relationship was not on their part; it was of our part. We were the ones in need, just so we understand.
Agreed.
It's not their necessarily fault that we have come to this junction, but that of our own.
Agreed. I think that's completely accurate. The thing about the favors, and I'm going to explain this to you, Campion, because you weren't there for some of it. Very early on, we struggled quite a bit. More than we've ever been struggling now. We almost lost Sinric. And
Almost.
You're still here, aren't you?
You're still here.
I don't think I've died, but
I'm saying all we're saying is there was a gap in service, but now you're here, so
let me finish. We almost lost you, if not for the fact that Lex called in her only favor to Temple. And we called Aaron in absolute desperation because one of our own had been killed. And she used valuable resources to try to bring him back. Unsuccessfully, but that is neither here nor there. When I say I trust that they have our best interests at heart, I mean it in that they have gone out of their way to help, which is why we owed them so much. But at this point, we're square. As far as I know. I could be forgetting stuff. It's been a long and bumpy ride.
I would say, will we still be open because we've kind of batted like 500. We've kind of hit on some things and missed on some other things. So it could still be in their right to ask us to call us even in the square in some fashion.
I mean, if they needed help and they asked us for help, I think I'd be willing to help given all that they've done. That's different than the way that things have been. Being in town and being able to look for somebody because we're here for Lex is not the same as having to literally run an errand out in the middle of the jungle for Erin because we owed her.
To be fair, you still owe Lex 2 favors.
We
if
do?
she wants to call them in.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was bringing that up.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
No one
it's in her
else.
right to,
I mean, Erin kind of like once everything happened, she was kind of like don't worry about it. I'm good. So she kind of like nixed
We do
that
owe
one.
Lex 2 favors. Okay.
Lex hasn't said anything about them
Yeah, that's
recently
why I
or
forgot.
anything like that. But yeah,
I
you
wasn't
called
looking-
on
But I mean,
her.
like-
Waiting for the right
You
time.
called on her 4 times, so she
Yeah.
helped you 4
Okay.
times, and so there's potentially 2 more things she could ask
So
you to
that's
do.
what I'm
She may
saying,
never
yeah.
ask you to do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying
But,
it's
like-
in her right to be like, hey, well, that's fine, all will be equal, but like you still owe me 2 things.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, and that's fair.
Yeah,
It's
that's why
is.
I'm bringing it up,
It's
because I
been
know
a
that
long-
that's what Baltaim was talking
Yeah.
about. So I just want to make sure that we all
We've
know.
been at this a year, y'all, and sometimes I forget what happened in the very beginning of the campaign
Year and a half,
without flipping through my
actually.
notes.
Yeah.
we went
So
into
for
a sewer,
free-
got screamed in our heads, and here we are.
yeah.
Ta-da!
And that's what you missed.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you missed on Roll for Damage.
No need to watch the backlog. It's
So-
fine.
So
that
perhaps
No, watch it. What are you doing?
I-
Watch it. Watch all of it right now.
So
But wait.
So shh.
We're waiting. And they're back.
So perhaps maybe we should sleep on it, think how we want to approach it, each individually. It sounds like we're in agreement that we want to continue working.
Are we
And that
willing
we
to
wanna-
trust them? That is the big thing. Are we
I am.
willing to trust and respect them?
I am, and I always have.
As am I.
I've
Yep,
got no
I'm for it.
problem
Yeah.
working with them. I think it's within our best interest to actually have them as allies going forward.
Campion? You are just
Yes.
as much a part of this group as we are. We do
Well,
value your opinion.
Well, I am perfectly fine as long as she isn't trying to cash in these favors and keep it strictly a working cohabitational group relationship. I am perfectly fine with that.
Well, technically, we do owe her favors.
Yeah,
We
I would
promised.
say again, she is in her
But
right to be
Other than
square,
that-
straight up, made whole.
other than that, I highly doubt that she's just going to suddenly ask us for favors, like in the old days. But if she
Mhm.
needs something, we do owe her. We owe her Cynric's life.
Oriana's gonna kind of glance at a clock nearby. I do have a bit of a dinner date.
Again,
Was dinner?
With Kay?
Maybe.
You're gonna wear the other dress this
I
time.
don't want to.
The other dress this time. Oh my gosh.
Well, I guess technically, maybe that's for a third date type of thing.
Second date, third date, I don't judge. Get it,
I'm just saying I'm running a little bit late now.
girl.
Well, if
Get
you have.
it.
And I didn't know we were going to have this big conversation.
Well, no,
I'm
it's,
glad we had it. I'm glad we had
it's fine, and I'm glad we're all in agreement, and I agree that we should sleep on it, and
Mhm.
come at this as a united front in the morning.
In the meantime, Oriana's going out to dinner. I have a suggestion.
What?
I say instead of going to some snooty bar that's right near the opera house, we find ourselves a proper pub, like a proper honest to God's pub, and just go have a nice drink.
Campion, I'll buy you milk. Like as much milk as you want.
Just not too much, because you don't drink a lot of it, you get a little sick. Turns your stomach.
It's never done that to me.
Okay.
You're some sort of weird medical miracle, aren't you?
But I'll buy you as much as you want.
I do like milk.
I'm sorry.
Whole or 2%.
Mm.
What's your
I
pull?
like all,
It's gonna be
I like all the milk.
He's
Nope.
kind of sore.
So, yes.
So
Don't
let's go
do
get a
something.
drink and some milk for Campion.
All right. So
Milk
you
for
all-
Campion, White Russian for Sinric.
You guys ask for like directions to a place that's like a little less expensive and snooty and something more sort of middle of the line. Yeah, regular folk. Oriana points you to a place, and eventually the group of you split.
The snootiest of snooty girls know a normal pub?
Yeah, she knows the city.
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say, like,
Because
hold
You have to
on.
know the
It's-
places you.
it-
I don't know
I-
the places you
listen.
don't want to go to.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
I've been
yeah,
outside
that's
of
true.
my house.
To the library.
Yes.
We
To
love
and from-
Oriana.
mean, she knows
the only
her
places we know you've been to are the library
She's not-
and prison.
She knows the city well enough, and she's been guiding you around pretty well.
Yeah.
That's
that
true.
She would know, like, she probably doesn't know every great restaurant in the city, because that's not, her, like, inkling is she's not a foodie.
Sure.
But, like, she can point you to a few fairly decent places that are not, like, upper echelon expensive drinks near the opera house kind of thing. All right.
Dope.
As the five of you head towards the bar and Oriana breaks off from you to go on her date, that is where we'll take our break for the night, because I have a feeling this next part is gonna get a bit longer, and I don't want to go past the break time. So don't go
Smart.
anywhere. We will be back shortly. We're just gonna use the restroom, grab a drink, stretch our legs, and stick around because we will be back very, very shortly. See you soon. All right, we are back. Let's get back into things. All right, so let's start with Orianna, I guess. So Orianna, where are you heading?
I will head to find Lex and Fulton.
All right, you head to the boiling pot, and you are heading inside, and you see at a table at the back corner. It's probably about 6:20, 6:30 or so when you get there. You see Lex and Fulton just sitting, having a drink.
I'll go sit down with them.
All right. Lex just turns to you and nods and just says, right, we wanted to have a chat.
I did. It's funny. I was thinking about a lot of things, and I realized for all you've done for us, I don't really know that much about you guys.
Right.
I would like to think that we're friends. I don't know if you feel that way or anything. Just
I guess we could be in certain circumstances. I mean,
true.
I just wonder how honest this is, given the conversation I just had with Lex and you asking to come talk to me right now to get to know me. Because you care just so much. Could be just bad timing on your part, which, good job.
The story of my life, really.
But understand how it looks to me, at least.
I understand, and I don't mean to... When we talked in Cage Barrel, that was very special for me. I didn't have many friends growing up, and the Shields, they're sort of the only friends I really have. And talking to you about all of this big picture stuff, it made me realize that I do want to be friends with you. I do want to know all of you and understand you all, and it may be poor timing on my behalf. It may just be that I don't understand the subtler things of relationships, but since I've gotten here, I've realized how much of my life I've wasted not getting to know people and assuming things about them. And I don't want to make that mistake anymore.
That's fair. But again, you've had ample time before I had that heart-to-heart with your friend and didn't reach out. And then knowing the clock is ticking, for our group conversation. And given your profession, you'd be the ideal person to try to butter me up.
This is not. That is fair. That is fair.
Again, just understand how it looks from my side. But sure, you want to get to know me? What do you want to know? What do you want to talk about? Because the last time we sat down, I believe it was all about you.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
And that seems to be how it is with your group.
And I'm hoping we can change that in the future, but let's start with the basics, I suppose. I don't think you've ever told us your actual name. I don't know if Lex is just what you prefer to be called, or if that's your actual name.
I'm surprised you haven't figured it out.
I've had assumptions. Alexandra or something of that nature.
Pretty sure you've heard someone call me Alex. So, you know that.
Oh, yes. At Avonhurst. I almost forgot.
Mm-hmm. It's
Aaron
Alexandria.
Alex.
Yeah. That's my first name. But I just go by Lex.
Have you always lived in Dash?
Since I was a kid, yeah. Wasn't born there, but circumstances.
And what made you choose your lifestyle? You've mentioned many times that you don't think yourself a good person, but you seem to do a lot of good for others.
I mean, God's rest his soul, you knew Dobby for a while. Did you ever ask him what made him choose his lifestyle?
Unfortunate.
Did you ever actually get to know him?
I felt like the moment we started to get to know each other was the day he was taken away.
Do you even know each other? How long have you been traveling with one another, day in and day out? Where was Baltaim born?
Altaim was born in a trill, but he was raised in Agraria.
Mm-hmm. What do you know about Sinric's life? Campions? Twins? Peregrines?
Quinn was raised in the Ouroboros house in a small village. He was the hot-headed confidant, I guess you could say. And I mean, I feel like I'm missing a point here.
Well, it's weird that you didn't know anything about Dobby.
He was a difficult person, and I let my judgments build barriers that I should not have. And it is something that if I could go back and change, I would.
That's fair. Well, I'm from Dash. I was born in a trill, but don't remember any of it. It's too young to know my hometown, place of birth. And I lost my parents before I even really got to know him, so Dash is all I know, and you've been there, so you know the kind of environment it is.
I can see that.
And then Fulton here, well, he just waves. I'm just from a small island, but I consider myself more from Agraria, so I don't really have the best memories from that place, so I kind of consider the guild and that city my real home.
How did you two meet?
Well, I believe it was a shipment of a material that was coming into Dash, wasn't it, Fulton? Yep. I was interested in it for its properties, and I thought that there may be an artifact hidden away inside as contraband. And I just wanted to make some money.
It's funny, I always imagined it was some grandiose adventure, but it's everyday life.
I mean, you don't start off going into tombs of the undead and dealing with necromancy and gods and all the crap that we deal with now.
I guess I should have known as much, considering the shield started in a sewer.
Yeah, looking for one man.
Yep. Do you have any family, Fulton? I know you said you don't have the best memories. I don't know if that has to do with family.
I did, but my parents, they died when I was younger. Not quite as young as Lex. I actually knew them for a while, but they're no longer with us. Not in the way I'd hope, anyway.
And founding Lux Eterna? Was that another one of those everyday occurrences?
Well, after the shipment debacle, Fulton and I found ourselves relying on one another to get each other out of a sticky situation, and eventually made our way to Agraria, where they were unveiling a new technology, and the others managed to be there for their own various reasons, and there was an attack on the demonstration, and we all found each other working together to help out the city. And protect the people that were there, and then get back the technology that was stolen. So then from there, we just found ourselves in deeper and deeper trouble until we were together, kind of stuck with one another. Reluctantly at first, but yeah, you grow on one another after a while. And, well, rest is history, as they say. What about you? What are your plans?
Well, when all this is said and done, I would like to come back here. I would like to actually have a relationship with my family. I avoided it for so long that I want to make the most of every moment.
Makes sense. You at least have a family to come home to. They seem like fairly decent people.
It's ironic in a way. So many of my friends have lost their family, and I never truly valued it until I started this journey.
I guess that kind of puts you in having something in common with the big man of your group, huh?
I suppose it does. He's never been clear about... Well... He's mentioned it once or twice, but I don't know if he's ever given the full story. Which is fair. I've hidden my own story from my friends.
Do they all know you're here?
No, they do not.
Interesting choice.
Yes,
if you're truly friends. So, you see, Orianna, this is our issue. One, I don't really know if you have our backs and if we can trust the rest of you. But the fact that you don't even trust each other, the fact that your friends, that you seemingly know everything about, had heart-to-heart conversations, have learned all of their tragedy, want to help them, that you still can't tell them you're going to dinner to have a conversation. That for some reason you have to hide it. A lie of omission is still a lie, just told in a different way.
You're not wrong. And it is a bad habit.
So if your group can't rely on you to be honest, the people that you fight side by side with, that save your life and you save theirs, how the fuck is an outside group who doesn't know you at all gonna trust you? See, Quinn was right. I'm a bitch. I know it. I own it. But every single one of the people of my group has my loyalty. For a reason. And I have no reason to lie to any one of them about anything. Even though some of them would think I would do that. But, you know, trying to deal with that one. But if this is how your group acts with one another, no offense, but you're doing this to them. If we were working together and you did this to us, you'd get more than a slap on the wrist.
That is fair. Please don't let this reflect negatively upon me.
It reflects on your group, Orianna. It reflects on the relationships that you seemingly have built with your group. Or the ones that you haven't. It doesn't reflect on any of them as people. But it reflects on you as a team. And if as a team, you can't trust one another, you can't be honest with one another, you are going into the worst places in the world that will prey on every insecurity you ever have had and will ever have. And if your bond isn't strong enough to even tell someone that you're going to talk and have a conversation, whether they'd be mad at you or not, that's not the problem. They could be as pissed as they want, but as long as you are honest with them, they'd probably be able to live with it. Because your decisions are your decisions. But here's my advice, again, to help you. Figure out the issue you have with the Shields of Twilight and trusting the people that you travel with day in and day out. Dig into whatever core insecurity constantly preys it on you to be worried about how they will react to whatever you do. And own the choices you make rather than hide them and try to get away with them. I'm not going to go tell them, to be honest, so they may never find out that we had this conversation, and that is up to you to decide whether you want to divulge or not. But this is exactly what I told Quinn. It's not only the fact that some of your group doesn't want to work with us, doesn't trust us, talks to us like we're shit sometimes, but it's also we look at you and as strong as each of you is individually, that doesn't fucking matter. Because each of you individually will die individually. Because the places you're going or you want to go will swallow you whole and leave nothing behind. But as a group, as those you can rely on and trust and work with, and know that even at the end of the day, if it all goes to shit, you did everything in your power to try to make it out alive. That's what you need to handle any of this. And when we've come down on you for the number of times you guys have had people in your group fall, it's not to judge you for being shit at investigating or in battle. But I can probably guess that 80% or more of those failures are because you guys couldn't rely on one another, didn't trust one another fully, implicitly. Weren't working together as a unit. Again, you all have your strengths. But your strengths are better when you work with others. I'd be dead 10 times over if I didn't have these guys.
I understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. And I hear Quinn's words echoing in my ear at this moment. That I am very selfish.
I don't think it was selfish of you to want to come and get to know people that maybe you want to travel with or be friends with. The selfish decision was trying to hide it.
I agree.
Man.
I'm sorry I have given you such a poor evaluation of us. If I can ask you, let them stand for themselves in the group.
So if I let them stand for themselves in the group, and ignore your part of the equation, that means I just ignore you. That means if I choose to work with them, you're not part of the package.
I would be willing to accept that.
That's a choice you have to make, and you have to decide, but I think it's something that you should talk with your group about and figure out. Again, when I talked to Quinn, you are a group. Your synergy, the way you travel together, the things that you do together, include all of you. In a crucial moment, all of you have to be on the same page. And if you're not, again, it's not just your lives. It's mine, my friends, and the rest of the world. So again, Orianna, I don't think you're a bad person. I don't think you're stupid. But I do think that you need to evaluate exactly what you're doing with this group, why you're doing it, and where you fit in. And if that's the role you want to play.
Thank you for your wisdom. It was good to meet you. Good to get to know you.
I guess we'll see if that continues in the future or not.
I'll just kind of just bow my head and I'll leave them to their drinks.
All right. You stand up and you head out. The rest of you.
Pub crawl.
Yeah, let's do
Uh-huh.
that.
Yeah.
Part
You all
Pub crawl
head.
the second. Wait,
Yeah.
no. Pub crawl 2, Electric Boogaloo.
There
We have
you
the
go.
title. You can move on. That's all I wanted.
All right,
all
you
I wanted.
eventually head to a local pub that that Orianna pointed you to. It's just called the Flywheel.
Nice.
It's literally on the sign a fly running on top of a wheel that like churns. You know the water wheels.
Yeah.
Oh, dope.
Yeah, and you just see this like,
Neat.
fly running on top of it.
That's fucking cool.
I like that.
Super dope.
Now, see, and that's when Quinn notices that. See, that's how you can tell it's a proper fucking pub, because that's a weird fucking name with a weird fucking sign. We have arrived.
As you enter in, it's evening time, dinner time, lots of people, tables taken up, the bar is pretty full. But you do notice that there is, after you wait maybe 5 or 10 minutes, a group leaves and you are able to take a table sort of at the back of the room.
Okay.
So you sit down, waitress initially comes by, asks for your drink orders. I assume you order a round of drinks. You order any food as well?
Yeah,
No,
why
we
not?
haven't had dinner.
It's dinner
Don't
time.
drink on an empty stomach. That's
Yeah.
always a bad choice.
So I'll say
Unless
for
you're
the
trying to really party.
for the first round,
We
all
got a
five-
meeting in the morning. We are
Head
not.
start.
Yeah, first round, all 5 of
Really?
you. First round, all 5 of you. I'll say food and drinks at this pub about 5 silver, so a silver a person.
Hey, Baltane can pay.
Yeah. I got it.
Hey, you know what?
I got it.
You can give a tip. You can give a 1 silver tip.
I got
Oh my
it.
god.
All right.
And then Baltane was back to his natural
So you
state.
are left
Broke.
to
I have
enjoy.
2 copper. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I assumed you'd be broke. Well, give a 1 silver,
Yeah.
2 copper tip. Then you'll be
Yeah.
back to your normal state.
Yeah.
Well,
You are left to your devices.
So, Ball, I have something I feel I need to tell you, and I gotta trust that you won't say something at a bad time coming up, but Lex's last name is Scofield.
Or dip.
Oh,
May be a place that you can
Oh.
start to look into
Oh.
things.
this is quite unfortunate for me.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
Well,
Well,
I have to trust that,
No, I've been voting asking Fulton about anything just because this has been brought up. So I want to make sure we were our ducks were in a row, so we didn't this looks bad if I'm like, okay, we're not working together, but hey, can you also do me another favor? While I'm like, you don't, you know what I mean? So
he may very well have information that can help you, but
right, it's more so just like, well, I would understand if we part ways. I would need to have figured this out myself, so I was taking steps to get it done myself as well.
we at least now know someone that could be potentially closer as well, and depending on how our relationship is, I mean, it's a good idea to talk to her.
Yeah, I'll bring it up after, possibly, if we have the chance. I mean, I might still just bring it up, just she might want to know. She might know already, but if she's... I don't actually know how old Lex is, so...
I don't recommend asking.
Well, you don't either.
No, I've learned properly not to ask a woman her age.
I would hope so, being raised by your sister.
Yeah, that is the first thing you learn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but yeah,
raised in a household with all women can confirm that.
She might know, or she might not. She might be in the same spot as I am. But...
I see. We get the big meeting out of the way. Either way, before we part, you can ask that question just to sort of, you're like, before we go, in case we don't see each other for a while. I learned this sort of thing.
Right.
Sort of a, oh, by the way.
Right.
Yeah. That way it doesn't color anything. We want to make sure we go in on our best foot for this whole thing, you know?
Right. I mean, again, if it was, I assume it was anyone else, they probably would want to know if I find anything out about what happened to her parents, to find them on something.
Right.
She probably would want to know. Or maybe she does know, but again, she doesn't.
Right. Whether she does or not, it'd be good for good to see if she does.
Right.
Your stories might be a little bit intertwined.
It's possible.
Yours was with Dobby's.
Yeah, a lot of shit seems to just weave together. The world works weird that way.
Puts us in weird places.
It does.
Put us in weird places.
I mean, what doesn't put us in weird places?
Ale.
I mean, we met in weird places.
Too much ale can't put you in weird places.
I would say, hold on there.
Well, it doesn't put you in weird places, but you sure wake up in weird places.
Say, there it is. Either way.
I don't know. I think drugs made by hags put you in weird places.
You didn't go anywhere weird. We just saw things that were weird.
No, you didn't go anywhere weird that I could see, but I was minding the two of you fucking idiots, and I don't know where you think you were going, but it was an adventure. Clearly. I don't even know what you were... I have no idea what you were doing, and I don't think I want to, but just...
I can't tell you. I don't remember.
It's probably for the best.
The worst that's happened to me is I woke up in a fireplace one night after doing a mission with Dobby, and, we drank our coin away, and...
All right, hold on.
I wake up, and, I'm still at the bar. It's not like they can move me, given my size, so...
It'd be difficult.
Where was Dobby, though?
I mean, he's little. They could probably just toss him out the door.
Right, but if you woke up in a fireplace, where'd he wake up? Did you wake up in the hob where the wood goes, right next to it? Or maybe do you wake up in the oven?
That would be cute.
It would
all
be
curled up like a squirrel.
Wouldn't it be a bit of door? It would be a door with like a stray cat.
Didn't really ask. I mean, that wasn't the first of my nights waking up in weird places from a drunken
don't show, don't tell rule.
Honestly. Right. Actually,
fair enough.
This brings me to an interesting question we can ask over a round of drinks. What is one just incredibly weird thing that the rest of us don't know? Cindric, you did yours, so if you got another one, please go again. But Campion.
Yeah, I vote Campion goes next. Tell us a weird thing, Campion.
One weird thing that none of us know.
I'll buy you an extra milk.
New people have to do too, by the way.
Oh, that's true. It's a rule. You weren't here when we made that rule, but it's a rule.
Yeah. Well, there was this group of kids that made fun of me in this town. Me and my parents traveled, and so in order to get back at them, my mother taught me how to make this mixture to make them poop their pants. She baked cookies and made me look like I was gonna eat them, and then they took them from me, and then they ate them and shut their pants.
Your mother was a devious bitch, and I mean that in the best way. That's delightful.
Mad genius, right there. I see where you get
some of it.
Do you still happen to have that recipe by chance?
Don't give it to him.
Please don't give it to him. Give
Well,
it
I'm
to
not
me.
a baker, but
Give it to me. I can be trusted.
I feel like that could be something that could be fun on our adventures.
I haven't remembered it, in a while. So.
Well, if you do remember it, I say we keep this story a secret. Because if you do remember it, we just bake some cookies and give them to Orianna because she wasn't here to fucking hear this, and she'll never see it coming.
I feel like that's mean.
I do.
No, I feel like we should give it to someone we really don't like.
Who do we know that we hate and would accept baked goods from us, though?
I don't know, but I feel like that's something you do to like somebody important right before they have a speech, and then.
So just up at a podium all of a sudden.
I mean, I'd just rather see a batch left at a bar table for, free for the picking. Let the chaos ensue.
That's terrible.
We would never be welcome in that bar again.
That's real
If
terrible.
they find out.
I disavow any knowledge of this group and its behaviors toward bar patrons.
As do I.
Champion, secretly
Picking them up, I see.
scribbles some words in his journal and puts it away.
Okay.
What are the words, you devious bastard?
And the observant one might have a chance to see.
No, dude. Unless
Dude, she's
diarrhea
fucking observant. Maybe she would. Let's find
No,
out.
if he's probably on the other side of the table.
That's true.
And Perry's not trying real hard.
That's true. I'm just saying, passively, you see more than half of us. You see over twice what I do.
Mm.
That's true. I feel like I told y'all the weirdest thing about me, which was the thing about falling out of the tree because I thought I could fly.
That was pretty good. Got anything else?
I mean, I feel like, though, that's not weird. I feel like we all have a point where we want to spread our own wings.
No, I thought at 10 years old, when I couldn't even make a flower grow, I was going to wild shape into a bird.
Right.
And I climbed to the top of the tallest tree I could find. And I jumped out of it. I want to point out that when I met y'all, I could only become a dog.
I mean, you might have been able to do like a sugar glider or something. They don't fly, they glide,
I've never seen a sugar glider.
I don't know what the woods are like where you're from.
It just sounds like you have a very ambitious mindset, Perry.
I did. It's why they named me Peregrine, like the falcon.
Thought that was because of a keen eyesight.
No, that came later in life.
Hmm.
I was literally given my name because I sought to soar above the trees and leave the shadows of the woods behind and see the rest of the world.
I mean, you've done that. You didn't even need to square in for that. So, it's kind of true.
That's very, very true.
Now you can just fly back and dive bomb the place. Just be like, see, I can do it now.
Have you ever thought about just like turning into a crow and just like sitting there and cawing? Maybe they'll see it as a bad omen and leave.
It depends on the omens depend on the number of crows.
And you can't transform into a murder of crows, so I don't think
I
that'd
can
work.
only be one crow at a time.
But you could make a murder of crows. Maybe. Can you do that?
Maybe.
But see, there you go. You make your own
Technically.
omens.
But I feel like that's disingenuous, and if I trick them, they're just going to get mad, and they're going to go back, and we're going to have the whole problem all over again.
Only if you get caught.
I am not the sneaky one, False. I ain't.
There is one rule in life, Peregrine. I will tell you this. Things aren't illegal, and you don't get in trouble if you don't get caught.
I
Well,
don't think that
technically.
first part is true.
Another
No,
rule
things
that
are still
follows that.
illegal if you don't get caught. It's just it's just not getting caught part.
Technicalities. You're really pushing, semantics at this point.
Am I really though?
A little bit.
I believe I once heard ignorance of the law is not defense in breaking said law.
I've never heard that before, so I don't think I broke it.
Well, that much is obvious.
I mean-
You know what? That explains an awful lot.
Doesn't it though?
It does bring up an interesting point. We do travel to a lot of places. Perhaps we should, find a way to familiarize ourselves with
Local ordinances.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was.
Can we
very
get law books for other places while we're here? Just in case?
I'll be honest. It was really handy that when we were in the library, Orianna looked into like what it's like up there and what some of the rules are.
Don't pick the flowers without permission.
Because if we just walked in and started stealing their flowers, they might have gotten real ticked off real fast.
They might have. That's good to know. So, you see, Cynric, we did do that already for the next place we're going.
If we got caught.
Well, I'm just saying the chances of us getting caught are pretty high.
Yeah.
When have we not gotten caught so far when doing something we're supposed to do?
There's the second rule of life is to have people that don't let you get caught.
We don't have those people.
I know.
I don't know where
that's
those
why.
I'm gonna ask Shy if she gave you these rules.
No, don't tell her about this.
No, it's too late.
Yes!
It's too late. We're doing it. We're telling
Yeah,
her.
no, I'm making a list of things to ask Shy about. Like, did Balthaim always do things like jump onto roofs and act like a crazy person?
I feel like the answer to that would be yes.
I agree. At least I hope it is. Otherwise, he's had a dramatic life change since he started meeting us, and I think it's for the worse.
I don't know. I feel like he's growing up.
Yeah, he's improved,
I
but then the
believe
whole
that
jumping
he's-
on the roofs like a crazy man thing was rather recent.
I do not recall jumping on roofs, although I will not deny I have not done it in our presence. So
Well,
I
you
just don't remember.
teleported, so
Yeah,
That is
on a
true.
okay.
technicality.
All right. Well, I remember that one. Okay.
Yeah, now who's trying to push technicalities
All right.
and semantics and such?
All right, Quinn, stop stalling. Your weird thing.
All right, fine. Yeah, Quinn's just gonna take a big drink of what's in front of him. What's the vibe in this place? Is it just pretty like just regular pub, like?
Yeah, it's like there's not like a big like a band or anything like that. There's not music, but it's very like there's lots of people talking. There's people like crowded at the bar having a conversation. There's people at various tables having a conversation. You do see like a couple of tables in one corner look to be a couple of them are like playing cards or like a dice game. It just seems to be just a general jovial attitude and just people having a good time.
Okay, cool. So after Quinn takes the drink, he's gonna start. I've been a wild rover for many's the year, and I spent all me money on whiskey and beer, and now I'm returning with gold and great store, for I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, never, no more. Basically, I spent a lot of time in bars growing up.
You hear
Holy
a
crap.
few claps.
I tossed Quinn my 2 copper, and now
Hold on. I have to add this to my inventory because it's very important. I wish I could label coin as tips.
2 copper.
That was amazing.
And then after you like finish your verse, you hear a few at the other side of the bar begin to like pick up and start to sing along, and
Nice.
the bar eventually begins to like sing sort of the shanty and the song.
That's amazing.
See, why couldn't you bring this energy instead of when you get angry?
That was
This
Because when I get
together.
angry and hit things, it functions as, a work thing. I'm not the one what singing will do shit. It's not like I know how to sing a fucking song in a pub. That doesn't mean I hit a monster better.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it does, but I mean, look around what you just did. People are joining in. They're happy. That's something great.
I suppose I could just start singing at things we try to fight and confuse them.
I mean,
it could be a tactic.
They could be dumb enough to just think, what the hell is he doing and why?
Or they could think we're dumb enough to do that.
Either way, it buys us a moment of hesitation, and we might get something out of it.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Let's Seems like, all of us are doing a bit of growing up. I mean, we
think
even got
so.
Campion out here in the bar with us.
I know.
I know. He's being a part of the group.
Socializing and such.
I really thought he was going to tell me no, that he would not come and join us and
you
let me
did-
buy him lots of milk because he
I-
would rather make potions.
You did promise him lots of milk.
I only
did.
came here for the milk. If there was no milk, I'd be reading books.
I just sort of like, without saying anything, just with just the open hand gesture toward Campion, like, yep.
Champion, roll a d6 for me.
Okay, cool.
Roll for flatulence.
Roll for lactose intolerance.
I am very lactose intolerant, so
He
I
poops his
will.
pants.
I will roll this 1d6. That is a 2.
You just like as he looks up and answers you from his glass, he just has like the big milk mustache just like all over his face.
Yes. Is it one of those ones that's starting to turn into like the handlebar mustache?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, it's like going off.
oh yeah, he's getting the milky Hulk Hogan look.
Yeah.
Yay!
Harry
Gotta get
starts to
this
tell him
potion
about
out.
it and then changes her mind. She
Yeah,
goes,
it's like,
never mind.
I mean, even Orianna is, growing up a little. I mean, she's out on a second date.
that's true.
I'm really proud of her for trying to get to know Cade, to be
Mhm.
honest.
No, good for her. Giving someone a chance like that.
I mean,
And when we've been in like really sticky situations, like when we were in that tomb, like I think everybody's really grown a lot and did a lot better than we've ever done.
Mm.
Well, I did okay. It was really kind of touch and go there. The first part of it, I just was like, I did okay, and then it was like, I
Well,
was
let's put it
choking
this
to
way.
death.
I mean, the two of us kept on being yo-yos for a little bit there, and it was unpleasant.
I will say this: it was better than when you like suddenly dropped darkness on us for no reason, and none of us could see except you.
Yeah,
And
here
you
I am
didn't
trying to
say
choke out a
why.
fucking barbarian, and all of a sudden everybody goes blind. What exactly did you think you were
Yeah, what was
accomplishing
the
with that?
plan
I
there,
was gonna
Paul?
try to attack him myself, but
But
so
then
he
you-
couldn't see what I could see, so he'd be at
But then,
not equal playing field.
But you were very far away.
and no one else could see, including me, and the only reason I knew where he
No,
was is because
I
I was
was in the
literally
darkness.
on his neck.
Yeah, you didn't move fast enough. I don't know what to tell you.
I hate you sometimes. I really do.
I will remember this.
it
but,
is
like-
kind of, humorous considering, the one person that can literally stop me in my tracks. You did kind of block her.
Well,
Orianna
too.
went over there. She went to the corner and she was like, I know what to do. And she stood there and waited and
I
waited.
literally
and
yell
waited,
out.
and it was dark.
I literally
I'm
yell,
saying-
someone help me hold this fucker down.
in my
And what
defense,
do? You make it real dark.
I did help, just not
Did
for
you?
that long. I did. I was there.
He helped by making it real dark, and then he fucking knocks me out on the ground and then
Well, that
continues
was-
on his
that
merry
was more so
rampage.
He just beat you senseless. I was trying to hold him down too, but in my defense, it's never not once worked holding Cindric. Ever.
Well, actually, no. There was that time that Orianna did have him held and then she let
Mhm.
him go.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
And
That worked
it
out.
went very poorly.
But
It
I
only
don't
failed
count
because
that.
she stopped doing
Yeah,
it.
I don't count that. She still died, so I feel like it doesn't count. Then that kind of counteracts it.
I mean,
Fair enough.
no, well,
Yeah, no, I mean that is kind of,
being
that's a fair
said,
point.
Let's not dwell on our failures here.
I
Honestly.
vote we at some point acquire some form of sedative or Cindric's Berserker.
I was thinking of like a little hat so things couldn't get to his
Stop getting
brain.
into your mind. Yeah.
Can we line his existing hat with something like, I don't know, maybe some sort of very light, flexible metal?
Champion,
What
can
do
you
what
make
about the
a
foil? that
mind
these
control
wings come in?
stopping helmet for Cindric?
Does tinfoil exist in this
I mean,
universe?
we can just fold up this little bit of foil that the food came in, and there you go.
Make it into a little
begins-
hat,
No.
put it inside of your hat.
Harry takes the foil and begins to like try to fold it into a hat to put on his head.
I could possibly make him smarter, but not unsusceptible to mind things.
Hmm.
Well, I
I
mean,
mean,
I
it
don't
all-
think the problem is that he's dumb.
in all seriousness,
I'm
mean,
just listing like what
my-
I could do, like
Right.
hat-wise.
my
Specifically
weakness.
hat-wise, I could just make him smarter.
Well, thank you for outlining your haberdashery skills, sir. I appreciate it.
He does
My
have our head
susceptibility
sizes.
to that stuff could also be a boon to you guys if, well,
Has it
You
been
guys
so
know about
far?
but if you guys
never.
know about it and can react to it in the same way that someone else does,
I mean, at least we know that you are a potential threat should things be able to control you, because you have literally attacked everyone sitting at this table except Campion.
Yeah, and that's only because he's new.
Because you
He
got
hasn't been
me
here.
in the jungle the first time,
Yeah,
I
he hasn't been here long enough for
and
you
then
to
I
wail
lost my
on.
temper. Or I lost control, and I
Campion's-
slashed the heck out of Quinn.
in
Mhm.
Campion's defense, he's the smart one that usually like floats.
I
up
stay away from all of you.
Yeah,
And you know
But it
what?
is very handy, to be
At,
honest.
at first, I was like, why the fuck are you running the other way? But now I'm like, I see what he's doing, and
Yeah,
I
it's kinda
appreciate the
smart.
tactic. No,
Yeah.
it's very smart.
Yeah.
Very
Also,
smart.
Like, I mean, really, when
Yeah.
you're that far away, as long as you're close enough that I can heal. Honestly, you hit things so hard.
Yeah,
I
with
feel
mind
like
bullets.
recently, you know, I feel like I could jump and still get you, even if you're that high up in the air.
Oh my god!
Can we try this?
No,
No,
In-
really.
it's
in the
dangerous.
bar.
No, not in the
Not
bar.
in-
No,
See, I
no.
was gonna say in the bar.
No, we go
That's
find like a
something-
park or something, and Camping just floats up, and then Sinner
I
just
mean,
tries
not
to
tonight,
just
but
just
maybe, I
jump up
guess.
and slam dunk him down. See if it works.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
that was
the propulsion boots aren't they don't really, they're only a prototype. Once I get more materials later on, I will be able to make proper stabilizers.
I have a serious question,
Yes.
and this is kind of getting back to what we were talking about earlier, but it's more about you. I feel like we don't know you a
Science.
lot, Campion. Yes, it's actually
Science.
about science. It is.
Okay.
Campion science,
It is
specifically the
about
study of campions.
Where did you learn
Science.
all this, science?
You know, I've wondered the same thing. You know so much, or at least you make some stuff up real good that we don't all know, that none of us can prove is wrong.
I mean, obviously, we now know where you learned chemistry from your mum.
Well, Theo and Nymeria traveled a lot because of Theo's work and him being a part of a bounty hunters guild and everything. So we didn't really stay in places for long periods of time.
Right.
So books mostly. She would give me books. I would read, and I would draw things, and things would just come into my head. Fantastical machines.
See, Perry, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Apparently, if you just read enough books, you can do apparently anything. He can build a whole fucking dog out of metal.
Perry, books. You don't need books.
I mean, now
I mean,
look. Okay,
I
I,
mean,
am learning
Raybone-
quite a bit
Raybon's
from my sorcery
mostly-
book, but
mostly metal.
You're a trader. Okay.
I'd say he's 87% metal.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could build, if you read enough books, you could build a dog out of 87% metal.
Rest
Uh,
is
it's a
mud
full
and
dog.
spit.
The rest is
I was gonna ask what the other
the rest is just
13%
written
was.
dreams.
The rest is my sweat, blood, and shit. No, just kidding.
It just makes such good lubricant.
I'm sorry, I had to say that.
No, do not apologize for that. Never fucking apologize for that.
oh my god!
Sorry, Jay.
No, you're good. You're good.
He probably would have said something pretty similar, just in more
Oh,
weird,
God.
fancy talk.
I hope dreams and tears.
It's actually the very first fecal powered engine.
And each of those is 7%,
Fluids.
5%,
Fluids.
1%, and I won't tell you which is which.
Which one?
Exactly.
I
The ratios are a
love
secret I
this
keep in
group
here.
Of maniacs, so much.
Sorry.
God.
For the record.
Fuck, where were we?
Talking about how Campion constructs his dog.
Yeah, okay. You just laugh so hard you forget what the fuck you were doing before you started.
It was my fault.
No.
I said don't apologize for that. That was gold.
It was in the moment. It was perfect.
See, thank you. Do not apologize for that. That was fantastic.
Okay, so
We just have to figure out what we were doing first.
Who's next on the list? That's Quinn. That's Campion. Cineric. Weird thing.
You know, I'm feeling kind of chatty tonight, and I mean, with the whole date situation, not really weird, but I mean, kind of reminds me of the first date I had back home.
Oh,
It
tell us
was,
more.
It was a.
That is more like, does she have a cart?
It was definitely a nervous wreck. I mean, there's a little cove just outside the city that was, a perfect little place. You wouldn't think someone like me would be, bested by nerves on that of all things, but everything was set together, prepared a nice little picnic and picked her up on a little, dinghy that I took from the house. And as we were rowing out there, a ship passed and,
Oh no.
well, I heard the thud of her falling out of the sea. And as I turned around, I lost my footing and fell on the side of the dinghy and flipped us both in the water. And it turns out she's a much better swimmer than I am, and I thought I had ruined everything at that moment, but we got to the coast. We didn't enjoy our picnic. That was kind of waterlogged, but all things considered, that was a great first date, and I don't think I met another woman that I wanted to be around or with.
That's
Wait.
lovely.
Wait, Cedric. Okay, does this mean that back home in where, the place where we don't talk about because of where we are? Anyway, you left somebody behind?
Well, I mean, I didn't have much of a choice. I left a lot of people behind.
That brings up more questions. But
Yeah, it does.
I mean,
I just
you all
am curious.
have family,
Did you
all
leave a
have
family?
friends. Mother, father, brother.
Are you married, Cineric? Was our date sort of
Were you cheating on your wife with Montaim?
Admittedly, that was just me watching you, so you wouldn't do something more stupid than you normally do. But
was our date what's the word?
An
fake.
affair?
Affair, yeah.
Infidelity?
Yeah.
What are some
Montaim!
words for cheating?
Montaim, you
Am I
fucking home wrecker!
There you go.
Oh my god!
We actually didn't have a chance to get married. It
Oh.
was in the
Okay,
works.
I'm
It was planned,
I
but
retract my statement of homewrecker then,
Yeah, I'm fine.
life happens.
as it does. So all
Well,
of
I
that
don't
means
think
there's still a chance.
Suits his life, but
The moment's passed.
I mean, it
don't feel
really
the same.
has. No
I
offense.
mean, is that what they were talking about when we met Charlie and Liz, and they were like talking about what you left behind?
Well, that's the funny thing. I mean, I know what I left behind, but she implied there was more that I don't know.
Sometimes when you
Do
leave
you
behind,
have a
you
secret
really,
love child?
you really leave behind sometimes. You know what I mean?
I just told you I met the woman that I wanted to spend my life with, and you're asking if I had a secret child.
Yes.
You
I feel
realize
like that's
It's
a
not
valid
a-
thing.
It's not
I
a
don't
large
know whether or
leap.
not you two did the
Hello,
thing.
have you met us? Shields of Twilight.
I
Do
mean,
not reach for the obvious or the ever ready.
What? I mean, look at you. You can fucking get it. I don't know if you did or not. It's a valid
it might be a
question.
secret to me. I don't know, but
Okay, fine.
You know-
Do you have a potential child you left behind? Is that a better question?
I mean it's possible. I don't know. Haven't been there in a while.
Well, that's on the list of things to look into when
Note
we
to
eventually
self.
go to a place we don't name.
So
Find-
how did you?
Find Cedric's love child.
I'm very confused.
But
It can't be when a man and a woman love each other very much or are quite drunk.
Was
Hey,
this
no,
before
no.
or after?
It's a
you
bird
became-
that comes.
became a pirate?
Well, I mean, it was technically before because I mean everything happened because
Wait,
I got
you're a
stuck on that
pirate?
island. Well, no, I guess by definition, I mean that was who pulled me off the island, and eventually I found my way back to the city. And I mean, let's be honest, you see me take down Quinn with not very much trouble. Do you really think anyone's going to stop me if I want to get off a boat?
No, I do not.
I do not.
There's not many souls that could stop you if you want to.
I mean, maybe if I was a cave bear.
I mean, I did say I would like to try.
I would not take bets on you, Barry. I'm sorry.
I mean,
I won't even
just-
use a weapon. It'll just be bare hands.
yes, but will you get really, really mad while you're doing it? I think that's kind of the thing that makes you real hard to bring down.
So,
I mean, that's the thing. I haven't used my shapes as much since, Baltaim just unhooked him, got out of those chains, and just left us all sitting there to go try to figure out how to get us out of there.
I was trying to save you.
Yeah, but well, to be fair, it was easy enough
I
for me
could
to
have
turn
done
into a
other
mouse
things
for
to
5
save you.
seconds.
Yeah, you're right, but
Yeah,
was
but
a
you
thought
also
process.
gassed yourself
That's true.
immediately.
Sometimes you shoot and you miss.
Yeah, and you
It's
miss
fair.
100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly. I tried.
So I suppose
I
I
just
suppose
didn't-
that counts for something.
I didn't immediately think, maybe they need help. I just figured, I assume honestly, if I could get out of it, you all could get out of it. I trusted you all.
Right, but of the lot of us, only 2 have the capability of
Yeah, I didn't really
teleportation.
think that far past
I can tell.
the change, but
It's almost like you and I are just like polar opposites. You just do stuff, and I barely
Have-
even make a decision.
That's very true.
That's true.
You're quite hard to pin down.
The perfect.
I mean,
What? I ship them. I ship them hard.
I suppose if we could just balance both of our
Who's
personalities within each
I'm
other.
wingman.
Oh god
coming
damn!
together.
I ship it. I'm sorry. Y'all are cute together.
So I have
Some
I have
Balric.
more questions.
Yes.
Yes.
I have some more questions. what were you before? Why did you have to leave? What were you doing before you were a pirate that you had to leave for?
Well, I mean, I told the story about
The island and the
yeah,
going crazy
and
killing each other.
yeah.
Not not something you really want to go back to the army after doing, or kind
Oh,
of go
the
back
army
maybe.
sent you to the island. Okay, okay, all right.
You do. I was a soldier.
hmm
You'll come to find out, honey, that I don't remember much. Like what happened yesterday, I don't.
Baltaim is a goldfish.
I'm a in the now person, so I do things in the now.
He is a
See-
goldfish.
hmm
Sometimes the
I'm a
things with
bluefish.
laws
Thank you very much, but
is even if this, whatever happens doesn't take place in the city it happened, you still have to answer for what was done.
Right,
and
Right.
the only reason I wasn't put to death was because my parents fought to have me removed instead of killed.
Okay, so are we gonna have?
If I go back there, it's not going to be like Orianna where she gets put in jail. I'm probably going to be killed.
Okay, see,
So-
this isn't okay. Now we gave Orianna a whole ration of shit for not telling us about what kind of trouble we were in. when we got
wait! I
here.
have a question
And now-
before you go off on the pair. Before you go off, what did you have told us before we went into Sunshield City?
I wouldn't have recommended teleporting into the middle of it.
Right, but would you have told us that you have apparently a standing death sentence?
I think I have told you.
I don't
No,
recall.
you absolutely have not.
This is something that we would have remembered.
This
I may
is
not have
brand new
used those
information.
words, but
Then
I'm just
use
saying-
those fucking
Sure.
words, you damn moron!
You just said I don't have a good relationship with my family in Belladon. All right,
That can mean so many things.
well,
That just means
I mean,
I might did not like me. I'm not. We're not talking at the moment.
they
Oh
don't.
my
Stole
God.
someone's,
They-
vehicle card.
Right, I mean, they left me off their Christmas card list and I'm quite miffed about it. That's not this!
I mean, those are all technically accurate except for the
Oh
stealing
my
the cars. It's not like I get Christmas
All right,
cards.
all right, all right.
I
Show of hands. Whoever's sitting here does not have some sort of crimes of high treason or death sentence or other big important thing that would prevent them from going to a specific location and has not told us. Show of hands. Everybody good? We all know the things we're supposed to know now? Oh shit.
Okay.
Campion?
Yeah, Theodore's not really good with his family.
Alright.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's going to try to kill you on sight?
Well, Theodore or his family.
Either. Is there someone who wants you dead just by looking at you?
Well, yeah, his family are pretty, extremists. They didn't want him to. When they found out that he married a elf, they were pretty ticked off.
Okay. Do you know where they are?
They're pretty high-ranking, like military family in Veladon.
Oh, okay, so Veladon just like a black box.
Okay.
Okay, well, here's the
Oh, man.
thing.
We got to
We
go there.
still have to go there.
We do, but now we know these things. I'm just
I mean,
going to
do we
side-eye
have to?
Cynric really
Could
hard.
we be like, hey, you guys take Veladon, we'll take another one.
Baltaim,
I don't think we can split up for an
do
entire
you know
continent.
where the Forest of Whispers is? It's in Veladon.
I was about to say, can I
Mhm.
see a map?
I mean, kind of funny, Perry and
I
are
would say we
technically
talked about this
neighbors.
earlier, but goldfish,
What did we talk about earlier?
Exactly.
pies,
Goldfish.
pies and cakes.
Speaking of pie,
Yeah, let's fucking get one.
Dessert! Perry orders like
Okay.
lots
Hell
of
yeah.
stuff.
All right. So
Hell
as
yeah, we
you
ordered dessert.
continue into the night, chatting with one another, you order dessert. I'll say probably like another 5 silver to get more drinks and dessert. You continue to chat, have a good time,
Mhm.
get to know one another, and eventually it gets quite late. You are
Yeah.
all of you roll a Constitution save for me, please.
Oh,
All right.
boy!
Except for Campion, roll a Constitution save for me, please.
Yeah,
Oh,
milk.
flat.
Lots of milk.
Con save? Okay, yeah, no
I
problem.
got a
no problem.
17.
Oh no!
Yes! Yes!
Okay.
Yes!
Hold on.
That's a natural one.
I'm fine with that. That's normal.
This has
No,
nothing to do with your aura. Does not help this.
Okay, I was about
It
to
does
say.
not matter. I rolled
I
a
just-
natural one.
I
You can
just
give it a
needed to
toxic
know.
poison.
Yeah, this has
Sorry.
nothing to do with like a spell being used on your ability.
Okay.
This is your ability to hold down liquor.
You could
Again,
give it a
that's
toxic
fine.
poison stuff.
Hold on, I'm
Liquor
just
and
making sure mine
dessert
is-
Sorry,
and all the food.
Sorry, Quinn, your aura is not Steve Rogers' super soldier serum.
I just meant for other people. That's
Yeah,
all.
no. And she's still
okay.
even if you did, she's still nat one. So
I'm
Right,
failed
that's fine.
critically,
I'm trying to make sure that
at
mine
the
is.
best
it's
Mine's
fine.
applying
Just roll it.
right now.
Just roll it, and we'll
Yeah,
we'll
okay.
just minus
See it.
5 if it's in there.
22. It doesn't seem to
No,
be because
no, it
I'm not
isn't.
proficient in them, and I don't know
you're
why
fine.
it's not adding on. So we'll see.
All right. So Campion, you're okay. Cynric, you're fine. You're a little flushed and like feeling good. Campion, like from the dessert and everything like that, it's like heavy on your stomach, but you're feeling pretty good. Perry, you attempt to like get up as you guys are like going out, and the whole world turns on its axis, and you go to grab Baltaim because he's like in front of you as he's getting up, and as you grab Baltaim, both of you kind of
I would
like
have done it.
tilt and just fall over on the floor for a second, unharmed,
Okay.
but just like literally like just like a tangle in one
Mhm.
another, and like as you're both kind of looking up, just the world is just spinning gently.
Why
I'm
we
gonna-
all standing?
That's
down-
how I
everyone
wound up in the
come down
fireplace.
here. Stand the normal way. Why is everyone standing?
I'm just gonna reach down and I'm going to just
Still.
touch Perry and cast Lesser Restoration
Okay.
and see if that like
Cheater.
just
Cheater! No, you can't do that. Don't do
I
that.
can, and now you don't get it.
I'm fine.
Okay, Peregrine.
Oh,
as-
Taim, you have counterspell.
I do. Can I counterspell this to you?
Yeah, you can.
Alright,
Do it for the meme.
counterspell.
Okay, well,
Level.
being drunk and seeing that you're casting a spell on Perry,
Peregrine.
yeah, he counters your spell.
Back, you demon.
And then Quinn, as you're like leaning down and touching Peregrine, right by your feet, she just all
That's
over
fine.
your shoes.
You got
That's fine. They're magic boots. This shit'll wash right off.
Hold her hand. You got the whole.
Too many strawberries on the cake.
And you do see a few strawberries in there.
All right. I'm going to pick her up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna like just full on fireman's carry her, and I'm going to get her outside so she can get some air, and I'm also going to. I will again try to lesser restoration away from Baltaim this time.
Okay.
I'll,
I will say, as you fireman carry someone absolutely butt fucking drunk, as you're carrying her out, all down your front.
Nah, that's fine. Magic armor, shit'll wash right off.
Yeah, it still smells pretty
It's fine.
pretty rank.
That's fine.
But yeah.
I think that's the cookies we had.
I'll help Baltaim up.
Yeah, you help him up.
I'm not carrying him though.
We're
Yeah,
back.
no. Learn
I will
from my
help him
mistakes.
It's
But yeah, you eventually get her out. You cast lesser restoration. Peregrine, you still have a hell of a headache. But you're feeling like the world stops sort of spinning, and you don't feel the need to upchuck all of your food for the evening. And I assume when you eventually let her down.
Though.
Yeah, no, I basically just I'm carrying her
outside,
literally
yeah,
just to get her outside, and then I put her on the nearest thing where she can sit.
And Peregrine, as like, Quinn puts you down and the headache, as he's like in your face, you're just like, no, don't stay near me, because he smells like fucking vomit.
Yep.
And you know when you smell vomit after someone vomits.
Yep,
it
it's
makes
gonna
you
happen.
vomit.
It's gonna happen again.
Yeah.
I'll leave 2 gold
But
on
you're
the table.
feeling
That's
better,
for next
and
round.
you don't feel like so sick, and so like the world is of its asses. Baltime, you're having a good time. Campion,
Woo!
you're just glad you drink milk. But yeah, eventually you all get outside and meander your way back towards the Scarlet Manor.
Okay.
Hey, you guys. I really wish Orianna and Campion was here. Or Dobby.
Campion is here. He's right there.
Yeah. No,
Right over there.
Yep. Dobby and Orianna were here. But
Yeah. It would have been nice. Have everyone go out.
Dobby would have thought Campion was absolutely nuts. Although.
I mean, Dobby was kind of nuts.
Yes.
Oh,
Kind of.
Oh no.
Kind
Oh,
of.
no.
I was around for a lot longer than you were. He was absolutely insane, but
Yeah, thank you.
Remember that time he wanted all that acid?
Campion could have made it for him.
I
It is a
mean,
good
I
thing
feel
these
like-
two never met.
I feel like they'd be 2 peas in a pod.
It is a good thing these two never met. I don't think the world could handle it.
now that
I
I think about it, I mean, he wouldn't have used it on us intentionally. So I mean,
Intentionally is the key to that
Or-
phrase, sir.
or-
Intentionally.
Intentionally
Yeah,
is the key.
Acids
Dobby would have been so
are
paranoid
very
with Campion, and Campion would have been
illogical
paranoid with Dobby.
in situations. For optimal usage, explosives are key.
He
We didn't
also
let
liked
him
to
have-
Dobby
smoke
wanted to
before
burn
sex.
somebody's asshole out.
With acid. How exactly? I don't know. We never asked. And now we never can.
He was also interested in explosives. He probably
Mhm.
would have got
He
it
tried to
wrong.
get explosives in every town we went to.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, no,
Remember-
they won't sell explosives to madmen. You have
That's
to
what we told him. But he
Mhm.
didn't
make
think
your own
that.
explosives.
But he just sort of kept trying. He
The
never gave
interesting-
up on the dream.
thing about the madman is they don't think they're mad.
Well, they think they're quite sane. They think the rest of the world
and
is wrong.
explosion. Acid and explosives. That was
That-
every city we went to. Dobby would go find the black market.
You know,
It's like, do
speaking
you
of,
have
You would
acid?
try
Do
to
you-
find the black merkin. Sometimes not
and
effectively.
fail.
Not effectively.
That's true.
He tried.
Remember
see
that,
Campion does this like really inquisitive look, and then he brings out his notebook again, and he just starts muttering to himself, and then writes in his notebook, and then closes it back up and puts
Okay.
it back in his bag.
you
All
remember
right.
that city we with the druid where you got the little tiara with the water thing?
Yes, Dahana.
Well, I mean, it just brought back a memory. I mean, talking about Dobby, I mean, we were trying to, you know, infiltrate that guy's house, and I accidentally threw him into a wall twice.
Into the wall.
I mean,
my-
like, slide down. We tried to get, and it went the same way.
Never knew.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
He was like the squirrel going.
I felt bad, but I mean, now I can look back and laugh a little about
Did
it.
he slide down afterwards, or just sort of pop off, or how did it go out? I mean, throwing him at the wall is one thing, but how did he react to it?
Well, I was supposed to throw him up to catch the wall, and
I gathered that the wall
I
was
mean-
not supposed to be involved so directly. I'm sure the goal was get him over the wall by yeeting the halfling.
I feel like this is the ridiculous conversation we have as we walk back
Yeah,
to the manor.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, as you
And
guys are.
Quinn would like to find a hose.
Yeah,
Is
like
that-
once you get to Orianna's estate and you are almost let in. Kieran,
I don't even try going in.
well,
I-
no,
I
but
yeah.
yeah, but like there's no, like you don't. It's just a wide open, and you see a bunch
Yeah,
of
yeah.
guards, and they're not necessarily like interacting with you. But as you get up to like the front door, and Kieran like opens the door for you, he sees you, and he like points you in the direction of where you can like wash yourself off. You manage to, you know,
Yeah.
fairly decently. There are some chunks in certain parts that got like underneath the chain. You know,
Yeah.
it's
I
just
hose it
natural.
off as best I can,
Yeah.
and then hope I can find someone
Yeah.
to prestidigitate it
Exac-
later.
Exactly.
We'll find
but-
Orianna. She'd go with the
Yeah, or you can
presentations.
take your shirt off and wash it later on. But either way,
No, I plan to. Clint's just gonna be out there in the middle of the night, shirtless, hosing down his armor and boots.
Yeah, I mean, you like
Big
you
old
get,
ginger thirst
yeah,
trap.
You get most of it off and have the opportunity to go like wash the last bits off of your shirt once you get inside. But yeah, you clean yourself. Eventually, you all get in and find yourselves getting to your rooms because most of you are not in a state to really chat much more.
Nope.
Nah.
And you're kind of guided by Kieran as well to go to your rooms because it's quite late at night and drunk people tend to be loud. So they sort of guide you to your rooms. You get there, you get yourselves ready, and manage to head to sleep for an evening's rest.
Yay!
Yay. We did it.
Orianna, is there anything, like, once you left the bar, is there anything specific you would have done, or would you have just headed home and kind of ruminated and gotten yourself to sleep?
Well, funny you mentioned that they all kind of, just went to bed because Orianna would have been waiting in Perry's room.
Okay, well, so Perry, as you
no.
enter your room, Orianna is, like, sitting on the bed, just waiting for you.
Ah!
You are still kind of, you're not drunk,
Yeah,
but your head is still hurting a little bit, and
Yeah. What are you doing here? I'm gonna go to bed. It's late.
Is it not a good time?
I mean, it's very late. And I had a lot to drink. And then I may or may not have thrown up a couple of times. And then Quinn fixed it. What is it? Because my head is exploding.
I went to see Lex and Fulton.
Okay. You made it sound like you were going to see Cade. I know you didn't say that you were going to see Cade, but you made it seem like you were going to see Cade.
I did.
Why? And also, you make it seem like it didn't go well.
I wanted to get to know Lex and Fulton better as people.
That's fair. My
Just with all
question
the-
was not as to why you went, but why you didn't just tell us you were going. I mean, I don't think anybody would have objected. I told Quinn where they were staying because he just wanted to go and apologize for being kind of rude. No, real rude, like super rude. Anyway, he wanted to go apologize. It's not that big a deal.
I thought people wouldn't want me to go, so I didn't want to tell anyone.
So you did the thing you usually do.
Yes. I made the selfish decision.
I know I was real hard on you earlier. And I was harder than I should have been because I was upset because I had done something foolish that had hurt Baltaine and his sister. And I had done it because I was caught off guard. But I need you to understand that this is why we were all so upset. A lie of an omission is still a lie. And we've talked about this like several times.
I know. I'm more selfish than I believed.
Sometimes it's selfish, and sometimes I feel like it's thoughtless, and that you don't trust us. You don't think about the group as a whole as much as you think you do. And I would just like to know why. I mean, I grew up and I was taught to think about everybody else too. And I probably put everybody first even when I shouldn't. But you tend to do the opposite. And I just don't understand why you don't trust us. Why you don't feel like you are...
It's not that I don't trust you. I think it's more... I think it's more if I don't actually lie, then I don't think of it as lying, but it is. And I was really worried that we wouldn't convince them that we can work together, and I didn't want to waste an opportunity to try and get to know them.
And you thought you knew better than the rest of us. You know, I think that's part of your problem. You always seem to think you know best. And sometimes you do. Sometimes you have really good ideas. Like really good ideas about things that a lot of us don't think about. Like talking our way into getting information. And you do things that none of us can do, like convincing someone we thought was an enemy to fight alongside us. And really, I'm not saying we couldn't have won without him, but he made it a heck of a lot easier. But sometimes you don't know best, and there's a level of arrogance there. You didn't trust that we, after coming together as a group, do you know how hard I worked to make sure that we had a calm and quiet and a reasonable discussion this morning? only for you to go behind our backs again. For no reason. All you had to do was say, I'm going to go talk to them because I'd like to get to know them. Well, we might have said the timing's poor, but okay. But I don't think anybody had told you not to go. And even if we had, and you said, well, I'm going anyway, at least you would have told us the truth.
Can I be perfectly honest?
Mm-hmm.
None of this went through my head when I made the decision. I just wanted to talk to them. And I didn't want anything to stop me.
So Orianna was thinking about Orianna.
And at this point, you hear a on your door, Peregrine.
Who is it?
Gwen, just making sure you get into bed all right.
Everything's fine, Quinn.
All right.
Just going to bed. Just gotta take care of some stuff first.
Then I'm gonna go check on Baltame because he was also drunk as fuck.
Okay. You knock on Baltame's door. Baltame, are you just passed out on your bed?
I didn't roll a natural one, but I did roll low.
You know what? Roll another con save for me.
Okay.
Let's see if you get into your
Oh.
room and just fall face
Keel
first
over,
on your
yes.
And I
do
don't
it.
say I don't think they'll give me more drinks.
bed. No.
No.
So
I think Quinn would try to stop you from getting
I'm
one.
at that.
A
point.
staff would probably.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm
so
probably-
yeah,
I'm
you're
probably
you're okay. You're not okay. You're still
Yeah.
really drunk, but you could be awake if you want.
Give me a minute or 5. Hold on. It takes like a while for me to get to the door. I stumble
Okay.
through the door.
Yeah. All right.
Three Quins. What can I do for you?
We're all just here to make sure you're getting to bed all right, and I'm just going to pat him on the shoulder and also use lesser restoration on him
Okay.
just to make him feel better.
All right. So again, Baltame, you
3 Quins.
the magic washes over you, and you still have like quite a headache and kind of feeling groggy, but everything solidifies again, and you're no longer
your-
in the drunk
Where'd
state.
your, where'd your friends go to?
I consumed them. I am now the Super Quinn.
That's smart.
Go-
You're the
go-
most powerful one now.
I am. I have become the Highlander.
There can be only one.
I
Yeah.
just want to make sure you're getting to bed all right, because this is a very awkward silence. Go to bed.
Yeah,
man.
I thought you were gonna say more, so I kind of paused.
Not really. No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just
fine.
like, you-
that-
Why didn't they just stare at each other
Yeah.
for a minute? Like,
And then Baltame just does the slowly like close the door thing.
close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you need to
Making
say
it
something, or
weird.
you just that's it? You
That's it. I just want to make sure that you were all right and not
Oh, yeah,
going
I'm
to,
fine.
fall over a planter or some such.
yeah, I'm good. Thanks for the whatever you just did.
Mm-hmm. Then I just leave.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
slowly
slowly
closes the door, and Quinn like
Yeah.
turns around and heads to his room. All right,
Yeah.
back to Orianna and Peregrine.
yeah.
Thank you for not bringing him in yet.
You wanted to talk to me. So we're talking. Now, that's not to say I don't know. Look, I'm not going to tell the group. I'm tired of fighting.
I'll tell them in the morning. They deserve to know I liked them. This is a bad habit. And I need to do what I need to do with bad habits and break them.
I think you need to figure out why Orianna thinks only of Orianna so often. Because that is a problem. And to
It
be
is a
honest,
problem.
I don't know how well everybody else is going to handle it. And honestly, I'm surprised that I'm not losing my temper. But I think that if I lost my temper, my head would literally explode because I had so much to drink with everybody tonight. And I threw up strawberry cake on Quinn's shoes. So You're my friend. You're my best friend. You're my sister, and I don't understand why you don't see. Is this because you're an only child?
Maybe it is. Yeah,
I mean,
secluded myself so long, I just don't know how to be with people.
I mean, the thing is, though, you've been with us for a while now.
And I've hidden a lot from you in that time.
You have. I'm not saying you have to tell everybody everything. There are things I don't tell everybody. I mean, I did tell them about how I fell out that tree that time, but that was part of an icebreaker thing. But nobody's saying you have to tell everybody everything about everything. But you tend to decide. I don't know how to put this nicely except to say this. You think mostly of yourself, and then you try to manipulate the group and change the way that the story goes to fit your lie or to fit whatever narrative you want to surround you. And I know that we're hard on you, but part of this is because it keeps happening. I think that for me, I trust you with my life. But I feel like you don't trust me enough to tell me something simple. That hurts.
It's not my intention to hurt you, but I know that it does.
And you always say you're sorry and that you're going to do better, but then you do it again. Sorry don't mean nothing if you don't change. You know that, right?
And so does Lex.
That's true.
She knows that I lied to you.
Okay.
And she seems... She is. That this is part of the reason why she doesn't trust us.
That makes sense. Just like I told Campion that part of the problem is that if he wasn't going to trust them, then they weren't going to trust us. If we can't trust you, then she can't trust you.
And she said as much at the end of our conversation.
Right.
I asked her to not include my poor decision in her evaluation of all of you. And she said that that would mean that if she does decide to trust you, or she cannot trust me, that just start wiping away the tear. If that's what it takes, I'm willing to sacrifice that.
I think maybe we need to have a discussion about how you're going to change. About why this is happening. And perhaps if you can prove that you understand the problem and that you're going to get better, it's going to make it harder to convince her that partnering with us is a good idea. But it doesn't make it a deal breaker. And abandoning you here would be kind of shitty. When are you going to realize that the Shields of Twilight is a group? A group of individuals, yes, but a group. We are together. We have to work together. Every time someone has gotten really hurt or something really bad has happened, it's because we weren't working together.
I know.
Hell, even I've been mostly dead because we weren't working together. We got caught off guard. We got separated and we stopped thinking as a team. You tend to only trust certain people to protect you in a fight, although you've gotten much better about that. And you tend to think that you know better than the rest of us. Ain't none of us know much of anything. Ain't no book in the world gonna tell you how to survive what we're surviving. Just like nothing I learned in the forest is gonna guarantee our survival out here. I think you need to look in on you and see why this is happening. I can't fix it for you. I can't tell you what to do. No one can. Not even a god can.
Figure it out, I promise. And I will be better, I promise.
Because I'm going to tell you the truth now, and it's going to be hard, and it's going to be awful. But if you keep this up, you're going to make it so no one can trust you. And if we can't trust you, we can't travel together. We cannot go to the Shadowlands to save Quinn's home, Quinn's family, if we can't lean on each other. We can't find what we need to for Campion if we can't rely on each other. Do you know how the God of Darkness picks the people he picks? It's people who are prone to despair. You know what makes you despair? Not being able to trust your friends and being alone. Every time we lie to each other or we fight for hours and don't figure it out, every time we drive ourselves farther apart, we're making it easier to become chew toys for an evil deity. I don't want that for us. I don't want that for you. I did not get you here and back to your mama for you to die and some horrible, evil god get your soul.
Just lean in and hug her.
Okay.
She don't smell great.
No, I smell like vomit.
I won't point that out. She don't smell great.
I smell like vom.
There's got to have been some backsplash on her because she was on the floor when that first one happened.
There's a little bit in her hair.
No, I'm sure I smelled it as soon as she came in. But
there's a little bit on her hair. There's a little bit on her collar.
Orianna doesn't care.
Not to ruin the moment, but
no, I don't smell.
Mostly
this is information
Quinn,
you need. Yeah.
Delicious.
Also, it's not like I've been digging in my bag for the ginger to make my breath smell
you
better.
do hug, and
I have to get changed and go to sleep because if I don't sleep, I think I'm gonna die.
Just sleep, and
we'll talk in the morning.
Prestidigitate the
the bomb.
Off.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
you do.
Just so that you don't have to worry about showering tonight.
I lean in and I kiss her forehead and begin to push her out of the room.
Okay, yeah.
And I will leave the room and go to my.
All right. And as you all hunker down to bed for the evening, some finding sleep easier than others, Orianna, you have a serious question to ponder as to your purpose and what you truly want out of traveling with this group of people, and what's going to come in the morning when you inform them all of what occurred before they step into the proverbial lion's den to try and explain why you should all work together with Lexaturna.
Holy shit.
But that is where we'll end tonight's session.
Yeah, no fucking pressure, guys. None. It's all fine.
Yeah, just tea.
I mean, it is. It's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, great session.
90% of the dice rolls were just to see if we were drunk.
Or like
That's the best kind of game.
Yep.
And I got a nat 1 at one of the best possible
Lovely.
moments for epic comedy.
There you go.
But Quinn, having been on many a bender himself.
But Quinn ruined it. Quinn ruined the fun. He's a fun ruiner.
Look, man.
Quinn
The
is
number
a
of times
fun-
Quinn's been tossed out of the village pub, he knows how to handle the drunks and wants to make sure everybody's okay.
But yeah.
A little sleep, a hamburger, you'll be okay in the morning.
You haven't truly lived life until you've woken up into a fireplace.
Yeah, there you go.
It's rule of law.
I still want to know if you stole that from me shoving. Anyway.
I sure did.
You bitch.
I was like, oh, you know what? I'll just use
I was
this.
like, I know exactly where this story came from.
I did too. I was like,
I was like, this is me shoving Baltine. I mean, Khalil. Anyway.
Hey, was it Khalil?
Yeah.
It was me. It was me that got
Okay.
It was his warlock. It was so she wouldn't get fucking raped at night. I was like, we'll just shove her in the fucking fireplace.
I thought it was a perfect opportunity to take it, to borrow it.
That's amazing.
But yeah, I love it.
I didn't even think to ask if that story had roots somewhere.
Oh yeah. I love it.
I figured it did. Just how planned out that was.
I loved it. But yeah, I love when D&D comes for full circle. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. We love you all very much. If you enjoyed the session, please tell other people who might enjoy tabletop RPGs and D&D. The best way to help us grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday. Make good choices. And we hope to see you back here next week. See you later.
Hi, guys.
Have a good night.
Come back for Pub Crawl 3.
Can we add "Don't lie to your friends" to that now?
Return to
Yes.
this.
Yeah, can you learn that this time, please?
Don't leave illegitimate love child.